Oh shit! You. Oh. Let me just get a little pop out action. Bada bing. This work? Oh shit, this works. Okay, so I am still recovering from what seems to be COVID, and I never had COVID, so that's something. Man, so if I sound different than normal or under the weather, that's why. I'm gonna be sitting here drinking some watered down gamer sups and eating funny squares to alleviate some of that. And we're gonna play Stanley Parable. And oh my god, my cat's coming in here and he wants to make himself known. Gonna scream up a storm. Oh, I wonder if he'll ever be caught up. I probably have to be talking when it happens for him to even come across. But I'm gonna try to get through, because I said I'd be streaming every Tuesday, and it's Tuesday. I actually feel much better today than the past few days. So, we're gonna give it a go. We're gonna get in there and... oh god, play Stanley Parable. Which I haven't played since maybe 2013 or 2014, around the original release date. I've been really excited to play this one, and it's been, I think, over a year now since Ultra Deluxe came out. So, without further ado, let me flip on over and take away this gorgeous music as we're left with just some office shuffling. Oh, he made it. He got out. He found the way out. He's a smart cat. Let's... I'm so worried about the audio levels here, but hey, we'll find out real quick, huh? So put me in. Oh my god, I love these games, though. I hate that I never remember the game dev's name, but I love this guy's games. I love the beginner's guide.
This is the story of a man named Stanley.
Oh.
Stanley worked for a company in a big building where he was employee number 427. Employee number 427's job was simple. He sat at his desk in room 427 and he pushed buttons on a keyboard. Orders came to him through a monitor on his desk, telling him what buttons to push, how long to push them, and in what order. This is what employee 427 did every day of every month of every year. And although others might have considered it soul-rending, Stanley relished every moment that the orders came in, as though he had been made exactly for this job. And Stanley was happy. And
Average
then one
day of a
day,
quality
something
assurance
very
tester.
peculiar happened. Something that would
Was my
forever
job.
change Stanley.
If
Something he
I
would
had
never
one.
quite forget. He had been at his desk for nearly an hour when he realized that not one single order had arrived on the monitor for him to follow. No one had showed up to give him instructions, call a meeting, or even say hi.
Holy shit,
Never
Stanley
in all
Parable
his years at the company had this happened.
predicted Among
This
Us.
complete isolation. Something was very clearly wrong. Shocked, frozen solid, Stanley found himself unable to move for the longest time. But as he came to his wits and regained his senses, he got up from his desk and stepped out of his office.
Whoa, what is this sensitivity? Hey, yo. Can we Relax? Oh, also, thank you. I know I am a little alone on that. Hey, that seems good. Oh, wow, there we go. I can control it. I can control it now. Hey, one sec. I did it. What do we, oh wait, why am I in an ice level? What is this? What is it? I don't remember the controls being this, like, floaty. Is this a thing? What? Oh. Oh, that's kind of nice. You can play this game one-handed? Anyway, I don't know why it feels like that, but where am I going, big man?
All of his co-workers were gone.
Oh.
What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room.
This guy
Perhaps
just
he had
sharpens
simply missed a
pencils
memo.
all day.
No matter how hard Stanley looked, he couldn't find a trace of his co-workers.
Hmm. 429. It's such a nice room. A big man on campus. Hmm. I wonder what they do here. What? How the... What? How the mighty have fallen. Oh. And there might be a good few mutes so I can, can cough on my own time. Or blow my nose or something. I'm just gonna sound like this the entire time. That's weird. Or B3. Oh, yes.
When Stanley
yes.
came to a set of
choice
two
room.
open doors, he entered
Yes.
the door on his left.
No.
This was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it.
Obviously, I wanted to go to the employee lounge, Pat.
Yes, truly a room worth admiring.
Yeah.
It had really been
Even
worth
got,
the
like, a
detour after all,
conversation pit.
just to
Got
spend a
this
few
lowered
moments here in this
platform.
immaculate, beautifully constructed room.
Oh, my
Stanley
God.
simply stood here, drinking it all in.
This is such a nice room. Think of, like, the conversations you could have at this lower level of, like, flooring. Think about all the openness you'd have with these closed blinds going on.
Really worth it being here in the room.
Oh my God,
a room
it's so good.
utterly captivating that even though all your co-workers have mysteriously vanished, here you sit looking at these chairs and some paintings.
Yeah.
Really worth it.
Yeah. Alright. Fuck you.
But eager to get back to business, Stanley took the first open door on his left.
No, I don't think so. Kinda wanna get lost real quick.
Stanley was so bad at following directions, it's incredible he wasn't fired years ago.
Do not jump from the cargo lift while it's in motion. Will cause death. Well, at least I won't have to pay the fine.
Look, Stanley, I think perhaps we've gotten off on the wrong foot here. I'm not your enemy, really, I'm not.
Whoa.
I realize that investing your trust
No.
in someone else can be... But in his eagerness to prove that he is in control of the story and no one gets to tell him what to do, Stanley leapt from the platform and plunged to his death.
Well,
Good job, Stanley. Everyone thinks you are very powerful.
am I just back? I'm just back to the... Yeah, okay, hold on.
All
Hold
of
on,
his co-workers
hold on. I like
What
where
did
it was
mean?
going. I just thought...
Stanley decided to go
just
to the
thought I
meeting
could
room.
do-
Perhaps he had
just
simply
thought I
missed
was
a
in
memo.
control, really.
When Stanley came to a set of two open doors, this was
yeah.
not the correct way to the meeting
Yeah,
room,
yeah,
and
yeah.
Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he
I
wanted to
follow you,
stop by
dog.
the
I follow
employee
you.
lounge
I follow
first,
you. I'm just trying to get back to
admire
where
it.
I was.
Wow.
Wow.
Yes. This
What a room.
room. What a beautiful room. What a gorgeous, gorgeous room. Thank goodness. But eager to get back to business, Stanley took the first open door on his left.
And, huh?
Stanley
Mm-hmm.
was so bad at following directions, it's incredible he wasn't fired years ago.
True. Not quite,
Look,
not very
Stanley, I
employable,
think perhaps
this
we've
guy.
gotten off on the wrong foot here. I'm not your enemy, really, I'm not. I realize that investing your trust in someone else can be difficult, but the fact is that the story has
that
been
door?
about
But
nothing
that door,
but you
though?
all this time. There's someone you've been neglecting, Stanley.
But this door?
Someone... What? Really? I was in the middle of something. Do you have zero consideration for others?
I mean, I
Are you
wasn't really
that
listening.
convinced that I want something bad to happen to you?
No,
Why,
not really. I just
don't
kinda
know
wanna
how
go
to
this
convince
way.
you of this, but I really do want to help you, to show you something beautiful.
Okay.
Look, let me prove it. Let me prove that I'm on your side.
Yeah.
Give me a chance.
Okay. No, oh, but I... Give me a bucket? Is there any buckets I can bring through? I'd love to bring a no bucket. I see some buckets not letting me pick up these buckets. I'm gonna go with no buckets beyond this point. Oh, I got him. Ooh, I got that little bug. Ooh, I got that fly, no problem. Man, he's been bugging me. He's been bugging me all day. I finally got his ass.
Now listen carefully, this is important. Stanley walked through the red door.
Are you really red pill, blue and pilling me? He's telling me to go through the red door. So, that means I'm gonna go through the red door. I'm gonna trust him.
Oh,
For
thank
once.
God you are willing to listen to me.
Yeah.
Do you see that I really have wanted you to be happy all this
Well,
time?
I don't know
the
about
problem
that.
is
I
all
don't know
these
if
choices.
I know you like that.
The two of us always trying to get somewhere that isn't here. Running and running and running,
Uh-oh.
just the way you're doing right now. Don't you see that it's killing us, Stanley? I wanted to stop.
Oh, where am I?
We would both be so much happier if we just stopped. And I think I have a solution. Here, let me show you.
Oh. So, oh. Oh.
What do we want? What are we looking for?
Space?
Here. Yeah.
Whoa.
Oh, it's beautiful, isn't it? If we just stay right here, right in this moment with this place, Stanley, I think I feel happy. I actually feel happy.
That's nice. But what's over here? I mean, this is pretty good. Whoa! Man, this is like a audio synced VR chat world. Someone's gonna bring me here and play some EDM music. I'm like anticipating something else to happen now. It's fading. Is this just gonna rotate colors now? Yeah, I'm passing on that life, dog. We're getting out of here.
No, wait. Where are you going?
Like, what? Am I just gonna stand there and listen to whatever the fuck that was? It's like the soundtrack to the Apollo moon landing.
Oh no. Stay away from those stairs.
What,
If you hurt yourself,
stairs?
if you die, the game will reset. We'll lose all of this.
Well, I could always just come back to this part. We've already seen what took me all of like 10 minutes
Please,
to get
no,
here.
Stanley, let me stay here. Don't take this from me.
Oh, this is actually pretty
Please,
morbid.
Stanley, think about what you're
God.
doing.
Oh, there's a door down there. Is that where I came from? That is where I came from. Are they really asking me to, you know, jump off a high tower in Minecraft? Oh, this is still going. Oh, wow.
Good, good. We can't be too safe.
Oh.
Promise me you won't go back there. Just stay here.
It's all nice in here. It's a pretty cool spot. I get the feeling this could go on for a very long time, in a very not entertaining way. So, we're gonna do the funny thing. I can't even jump in this room. I just got an achievement that says, yeah, no, seriously, you can't jump. We disabled it. I got a whole ass achievement for it. Man, that sucks.
No! What do we talk about? You're risking everything we achieved here.
Well, I mean, come on, man.
You heard me before, didn't you? You will die!
Well, it sounds more
what
like
about
you
this isn't
will
getting
die.
through to you?
I'll be fine. I'll play another game next week, and, you know, maybe I'll play another... Oh... Ooh. Ooh, ooh, ooh. Oh god, it actually went down for a little bit. Actually, it took like a single step. I wonder what color it is now. Hey, what color do you think it is now? I'm gonna go with... back to blue. I think we're on blue again already. Has he got another...
You are going to stay here, aren't you?
I'm just gonna give this guy a panic attack going back and forth in the same location over and over. Nothing? Nothing this time? That goes to say we're done here. Wrap it up. Mamma mia, one backflip, please.
Oh.
Oh.
Thank God. You lived. You had me worried there for a moment. Now, can we please get back to the other room?
Yeah, you know, I thought that was my only option, so, you know... See what's going on in the cool audio world.
There. See? This is what you want.
Nah,
this
Doc,
is
this is
where we
boring.
can both be happy. We really
This is
can.
already boring.
If we stop moving, we just have to stop moving.
Okay. Done. Can we do something though? Okay, hands off. No game is being played at all. Completely in your hands, narrator. Yeah, I don't know what you wanted me to find here. I don't, like, did you know that the average attention span is shorter than 7 seconds?
Stanley,
There's
go
there's
back.
no way.
There's nothing good that can come from this.
Well, look, I already lived once. What's twice? What's twice gonna do?
No. No, no, what are you doing? Do you just
Get my
not
cardio
believe me?
in.
What can I say to convince you?
I don't know, gameplay? This is better gameplay than over there. Whee! 360!
Stanley, let's go back to the other room. Can you do that for me?
No, I'd like a new
God.
game.
Is this really how much you dislike my
Your
game?
game, my
Would you
god.
throw yourself from this platform over and over to be rid of it?
Oh my
You
god.
were literally willing to kill yourself to keep me from being happy.
Oh my
Am I
god.
reading the situation correctly?
No. Game just doesn't let me do anything.
Or maybe you're just getting a kick out of it. I don't you
That's a
actually
better one.
want to stay alive? Or are you just teasing me?
Yeah, hey, ¿por qué no los dos? A little bit of column A, a little bit of column B, you know? Maybe
I
that
wanted
game
us to be
is more
happy
fun.
here, Stanley. I really did. I wish
Now my legs are broken,
I still
narrator.
thought that was possible.
Oh, you know what? I didn't even think to check my performance. It's looking clean. If anyone cared to know, which is me, I'm the only one who would. Is something gonna happen? I feel like there should be an ending at some point. I'm getting slower. This is a lot. Did this ending exist in the first game? This is a lot more morbid than I remember.
Is it over?
Okay.
It's going to restart, isn't it? I'm going back.
Oh my god. That was really weird.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
I'm speedrunning this bitch this time.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
Gotcha. I gotcha. Nobody anticipated me going through the actual door.
Yet there was not a single person here either. Feeling a wave of disbelief, Stanley
Standard
decided to
graphs,
go
40
up to his
times
boss's
wide.
office, hoping he might find an answer there.
Please keep the targets off the topics of... Tomorrow complete today's unfinished agenda goals, write tomorrow's agenda. Ah, I'm gonna sneeze. Okay. Yo, office party on Friday at 4. After the entire work week. Instead of going home on a Friday, you would stay in the office longer and party with your coworkers. Oh man. Okay. I'm gonna have to get something to blow my nose more regularly. I'll be right back. I've done it. I've collected pillows, tissues. Why? Why did I go to pillows? A lot of percent space between the teenagers? What? What? What is hot? What is hot? Please, no more charts. I'm begging. Stop, 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 stop. Okay. Oh, the broom closet.
Stanley stepped into the broom closet, but there was nothing here,
I mean,
so he turned around and got back on track.
There's duct tape. And thingies.
There was nothing here. No choice to make, no path to follow, just an empty broom closet.
But
no
it's pretty
reason
cool
to still be here.
Oh, I'm getting... Oh, wait. I'm gaining height.
It was baffling that Stanley was still just sitting in the broom closet.
Hold on.
He wasn't even doing
hold on,
anything.
I'm gonna skip.
At
I'm gonna
least if
skip
there was
through
something
this
to interact
ending.
with, he'd be justified
I'm gonna
in
get the
some
geometry
way.
skip
As it is,
ending.
he's literally just standing there doing sweet
wait.
FA.
Wait. Did I actually? I'm definitely higher than I was before, but now I...
Are you really still in the broom closet? Standing around doing
This
nothing?
is...
Why?
I feel like I can't...
Please offer me some explanation here.
lower
I'm
my-
genuinely confused.
Huh? What happened
You do
here?
realize there's no choice or anything in here, right? If I'd said Stanley walked
Did I?
past the broom closet, at least you would have had a reason for exploring it to find out.
Feel
It
like
didn't
I-
even occur to me because literally this closet
Should I just
is of
bounce off the
absolutely
tape?
no significance to the story whatsoever. I never would have thought
Maybe
to
I
mention
bounced
it.
off the tape and felt like I got higher?
Maybe to you this is somehow its own
It
branching
kind
path.
of is. I'm getting...
Maybe
I'm
when
gonna have
you
to
go
review
talk
the
about
footage
this
now.
with
I
your
must
friends,
have
you'll say,
bounced off
"Oh,
this tape.
did you get
Get
the broom closet ending? The broom closet ending was my favorite." I
That's
hope
what
your
I'm here
friends
for.
find
I'm
this
sorry
concerning.
to fake everyone out, but that's just all I'm here for. Was the broom closet ending was
Stanley
my
was
favorite.
fat and ugly and really
Shut up.
stupid. He probably only got the job because of a family connection. That's how stupid
Shut
he
up.
is. That or with drug money. Also,
Whoa.
Stanley is addicted to drugs and hookers.
Remains to be seen.
Coming to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office.
But there's stuff down here. Oh, the Stanley Kubrick movie down here. Why would you make the... Oh wait, my FOV is really high. Hey. Hi Lonnie, I wrote this in the first period and left it in your locker on the way to school. It's what all the cool kids are doing, I've decided. Write me back. Also, here's an idea for something to draw. 2 cats on a motorcycle? Hey, this is a good idea. What all the cool kids are actually doing is sending each other pages on their beepers. What? But we're cooler than them, right? Because guess what? They can't put this on a beeper. And it's a sick drawing of a cat driving a motorcycle with a smaller cat riding on the back. There's a UFO. Wow, that's pretty cool. That is what the cool kids are doing. You know, now that I think about it, why do I want such a high FOV in this game? You know, but higher than default. About an uneven 76 to
But
really
Stanley
piss off a
just
certain
couldn't do
group of
it.
people.
He considered the possibility of facing his boss,
wait.
admitting he had left his post during work
Wait. It's not what I meant.
hours. He might be fired for that. And in such a competitive economy, why had he taken that risk? All because he believed everyone had vanished?
Why is
His boss
B
would think he
used
was
as a
crazy.
3?
And then something occurred to Stanley.
Oh, right.
Maybe,
game.
he thought to himself, maybe I am crazy. All of my
coffee.
co-workers blinking mysteriously out of existence in a single moment for no reason at all.
Yeah, maybe.
None of it made any logical sense. And as Stanley pondered this, he began to make other strange observations. For example, why couldn't he see his feet when he looked down?
Oh,
Why did
fuck.
doors close automatically behind him wherever he went? And for that matter, these rooms were starting to look pretty familiar. Were they simply repeating? No,
Oh.
Stanley said to himself, this is all too strange. This can't be real. And at last, he came to the conclusion that had been on the tip of his tongue. He just hadn't found the words for it. I'm dreaming, he yelled. This is all a dream. Oh, what a relief Stanley felt to have finally found an answer, an explanation. His co-workers weren't actually gone. He wasn't going to lose his job. He wasn't crazy after all. And he thought to himself, I suppose I'll wake up soon. I'll have to go back to my boring real-life job pushing buttons. I
Man,
may
I
as well
wish.
enjoy this while I'm still
Imagine
lucid.
having a job. Imagine
So,
being able
he
to
imagined
actually...
himself flying and began
land
to
a
gently
full-time
float
position.
above the ground. Then he
Whoa.
imagined himself soaring through space on a magical starfield, and it too appeared. It was so much fun, and Stanley marveled that he had still not woken up. How was he remaining so lucid? And then perhaps the strangest question of them all entered Stanley's head. One he was amazed he hadn't asked himself sooner. Why is there a voice in my head dictating everything that I'm doing and thinking?
So do you
Now
not
the
have that?
voice was describing itself being considered by Stanley, who found it particularly strange. I'm dreaming about a voice describing me, thinking about how it's describing my thoughts, he thought. And while he thought it all very odd and wondered if this voice spoke to all people in their dreams, the truth was that, of course, this was not a dream. How could it be? Was Stanley simply deceiving himself? Believing that if he's asleep, he doesn't have to take responsibility for himself? Stanley is as awake right now as he's ever been in his life.
This chair's
Now, hearing
really
the voice
uncomfortable
speak these
for me.
words was
I'm
quite
just
a
not
shock
paying
to
attention.
Stanley. After all, he knew for certain, beyond a doubt, that this was in fact a dream. Did the voice not see him float and make the magical stars just a moment ago? How else would the voice explain all that? This voice was a part of himself too. Surely, if he could just... He would prove it. He would prove that he was in control, that this was a dream. So he closed his eyes gently, and he invited himself to wake up. He felt the cool weight of the blanket on his skin, the press of the mattress on his back, the fresh air of a world outside this one. Let me wake up, he thought to himself. I'm through with this dream. I wish it to be over. Let me go back to my job. Let me continue pushing the buttons. Please, it's all I want. I want my apartment, and my wife, and my job. All I want is my life exactly the way it's always been. My life is normal. I am normal. Everything will be fine. I am okay. Stanley began screaming. Please, someone wake me up. My name is Stanley. I have a boss. I have an office. I am real. Please, just someone tell me I am real. I must be real. I must be. Can anyone hear my voice? Who am I? Who am I? And everything went black.
Okay.
This is the story of a woman named Mariella.
Excuse me?
Mariella woke up on a day like any other. She arose, got dressed, gathered her belongings, and walked to her place of work. But on this particular day, her walk was interrupted by the body of a man who had stumbled through town talking and screaming to himself, and then collapsed dead on the sidewalk. And although she would soon turn to go call for an ambulance, for just a few brief moments she considered the strange man. He was obviously crazy, this much she knew. Everyone knows what crazy people look like. And in that moment, she thought to herself how lucky she was to be normal. I am sane. I am in control of my mind. I know what is real and what isn't. It was comforting to think this, and in a certain way, seeing this man made her feel better. But then she remembered the meeting she had scheduled for that day. The very important people whose impressions of her would affect her career, and by extension, the rest of her life. She had no time for this. So it was only a moment that she stood there, staring down at the body. And then she turned and ran.
Are we just back to it? Same old... Is that real time? Like an hour ahead. No, it's not even real time.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo. Stanley went around touching every little thing in the office, but it didn't make a single difference, nor did it advance the story in any way.
New content, you say?
Oh, new content?
New
What does that
content.
mean, new content?
Like, oh.
Hello, and thank you for playing the Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe.
No problem.
As you may know, the Stanley Parable was a video game released in 2013 on home computers. After receiving critical and commercial success, it was expanded upon in 2022 with the Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe, a reimagining of the game for consoles and home computers. The Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe features exciting new content that broadens and expands the world of the Stanley Parable, delighting audiences the world over.
I've never seen this. I mean, good, I haven't,
Please,
but...
step inside and see what thrilling new adventures await in the Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe.
Oh, well, this sounds delightful. I'm very excited to see the thrilling new Ultra Deluxe content.
Yeah. I'm also going to... I see this is peaking ever so slightly. Just gonna drop it half a decibel.
Okay, so far it's an elevator. Nothing special yet, but I'm sure it's just the beginning of a mesmerizing adventure.
Yep.
Is it broken? What's going on here? Should we be moving somewhere or... Oh, there we go. All right, finally,
All right.
at
Hey.
long last, it's on to the new content.
Let's
I've
go,
never
new
been more
content.
ready. Let's do it. I have to say, initial impressions of Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe, mostly tedious. It's as if oh, okay. Let's see the content. Give me the content, Stanley.
Yo, oh, nice.
All right, let's see. It's the jump circle.
Holy crap, they did it. No way. They actually put the jump in the game. That's nuts. But not only right here. Pretty nuts. Man, some good gameplay. Ah, they finally put gameplay in the Stanley Parable. Oh, not allowed. Oh, that's it. Only 36 times, though.
Is that it? Surely that's not all the new content. There has to be something else, right?
Yeah. I guess that's it.
Goodness. Another elevator. Stanley,
I was
have
hoping
to
it was going
say,
to take me back down
initial
into like a gift
impressions
shop.
of this game are not positive. It's just elevators and jumping. Is this what passes for exciting new content?
Yeah,
if
sometimes.
If this is new content, then I could just read you the whole dictionary. There's 20 hours of new content right there. Hell, I could counter 30 trillion. You could put that on the box. The Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe, now with over 1,000 hours of new content. And oh wait, there's more. Very good. Yes. I knew there had to be something else. Let's see it. I'm ready for whatever it is.
Oh, new content. A bridge that doesn't load the shadows very well. That's it.
That's it? Oh, you've got to be kidding me. You see, Stanley? This is what happens when greedy video game developers with no respect for their fan base rush a cheap expansion to market for no reason other than to make an easy dollar. And don't get me started on the level of craftsmanship that's gone into it. In fact, I'm looking right now at the game's achievements, and it's hard to believe one of them actually says, "Test achievement, please ignore." What quality assurance department signed off on this? I'm infuriated and I'm offended, and I intend to find these people on Twitter and hold them personally accountable.
Please do.
It's my fault, Stanley. I built up too much anticipation around the new content, I'm afraid.
Never heard of it.
It could never have lived up to such expectations.
This game came out last year.
Why don't we just reset the game?
Dating
and we'll
itself.
try to get back to what the Stanley Parable is really about.
Yeah.
No frills, no gimmicks. Just you and me having a great time together like always.
Yeah.
What do you say, friend?
Nope. New content. It's pretty good. Wait, if I have it on the default, have a child. Yeah, that's pretty good. Oh shit! I can climb the furniture. Actually get elevation changes. Oh my god, I wasn't crazy in the broom closet.
Psst! Stanley! Come over here! In the vent!
Yeah,
I want to show you something!
Alright. Wait. Oh. Yeah, alright, man. Show me what you got. Coffee nut? The best you can do is coffee nut?
Okay, you remember how cheap and unsatisfying the new Ultra Deluxe content turned out to be? Well, it got me thinking about the past, and how much better the Stanley Parable used to be. So I made something special and tucked it away here where the game's developers won't find it. Just our little secret. Take a look.
Elden Ring? What the fuck? Whoa!
I call it the Memory Zone.
That's pretty cool.
It's where I've been storing all my favorite memories so I can relive the peak experiences of my life whenever I want. Experiences like the launch of the Stanley Parable on PC. You see, Stanley, doesn't the Memory Zone remind you of how wonderful Stanley Parable was before it was sullied with a cheap re-release? Remember back in October of 2013 when the game originally launched? Back then, video games had integrity.
Oh,
Back
did
then,
they?
It all meant something.
Did they really?
Oh, the waste.
What does that say? Bruce Stanley? Straley? The Last of Us. Wait. The Last of Us got a BAFTA? Isn't it? I thought it was an American show. Surely set in America. Oh, the good times. Man, remember all the good times? Still not the real time. I remember. Who is that? It's a creepy ass shot. Oh my god, that's pretty cool. Haven't seen that in a while. Been almost 10 years since most of this. Smile because it happened. Oh my god. Go outside. Unachievable. Wait, are these real? No way. Wait, the LA Times wrote a... No, these are fake. I would have believed everything up until a point until I saw these. Design Museum Design of the Year nominee?
And over here is where I keep reviews of the Stanley Parable. Like this stunning triumph of games journalism, 10 out of 10 from Destructoid.com. James Stephanie Sterling writes, and I quote, "Where so many games that aspire to be more than games end up less than any form of art, Stanley Parable strives and then succeeds to be every game ever created." Did you hear that, Stanley? Every game ever created. That's how grand and all-encompassing the original Stanley Parable was. It was literally every game ever created. It was Skyrim, it was Persona 3, it
No
was
way.
all of them, and now
Like Persona
it's
3 with
nothing.
guns.
It's no games at all. It isn't even the Stanley Parable anymore. It's just a husk now. A lifeless husk with an hour of new elevator content.
A whole hour, you say? It was good. The Minecraft part. God, I hope I can naturally stumble across the Minecraft part again. Oh, Stanley and Melissa? I forget.
Here's another moving passage, this time from GameSpot.com.
What is going on?
The Stanley Parable is both a richly stimulating commentary on the nature of choice in games, and one that offers some of the most enjoyable, surprising, and rewarding choices I've ever been confronted with in a game. 9 out of 10. Don't you get it, Stanley? The game was perfect. It didn't need anything else. It didn't need
That's what I
new
would've
content. It just needed to be left alone.
Yeah, I would
to
have.
spend
I
the
would have
rest
agreed.
of
You
time
could have made
collecting
a
dust
new
in the
game?
hallowed hall of beloved video game memories.
I mean, I get you gotta make a sequel to the most successful thing you've done. But it's... What? What is this picture? What is this? I mean, I get this game sold so stupid well that it'd be kind of dumb to not make a sequel of it of it of any kind. But also, this game was so one-off. How do you
These
do a
were
sequel?
simpler times, Stanley. But I wouldn't give to go back, to have it all over again.
Oh wait, I can... God, I can...
Wait, hang on. I don't recall this part of the memory zone before. What's this? What's down here? Oh no. Oh God, no. Stanley, it's a collection of reviews from Steam.
Oh no, it's the Steam
online video
reviews.
game distributor. I
No,
haven't
no,
looked at
no,
these in
no,
years.
no.
I can't even imagine what's been collecting down here. Surely these reviews were glowing as well, weren't they?
Oh, I'm sure. Oh, sorry. I should have known. Yeah, that one's a good that was a recommendation.
Honestly, I could not be bothered to play this game to full completion. The narrator is obnoxious and unfunny, with his humor and dialogue proving to be more irritating than entertaining. Unfunny! I'm not
Unfunny.
trying
Whoa!
to be funny. I'm trying to make a serious work of art. I suppose I could write up a handful of gags to insert into the Stanley Parable, but the game is already such a densely layered web of profound philosophical insights that I can't even
Yeah.
imagine where I'd have the room to stick them.
Man, I wish I could read these. I want to actually read some of them.
Okay, let's see what this one says. While the idea for the game is good, for someone who prefers non-linear games, this preachiness gets annoying fast. Preachy? Stanley? I'm not preachy, am I? You can tell me if I'm preachy. Honestly, you can. Oh, goodness. This is actually quite shocking for me. I always, well, to be honest, I
Does
had
the
always
Stanley
thought of the
Parable
game's
preach
dialogue as
anything?
being rather terse to begin with. You can't know how much fluff I cut from the game to get it to feel as light and airy as it... Well, I always thought it did. But maybe it wasn't. Oh dear. What an awful memory to have to hold on to. These black marks on my otherwise unimpeachable track record. I feel like a failure. Like I let these people down. Perhaps the Stanley Parable isn't quite as sterling as I always remembered.
Oh. Oh, hey, one more?
What's this one got to say? You constantly have to stop doing anything so the narrator can catch up with his long-winded explanations of what's happening.
Yeah, that's
I
a
wish
little
there was
true.
a skip button. A skip button?
No.
Well, yes. Yes, I think we can do that. If I'm truly too preachy, then maybe letting you skip ahead for just a moment, surely it couldn't hurt. Not if it means we can strike these negative reviews from the record. Only positive reviews of the Stanley Parable. That's my motto today, and it's always been my motto. I'd do anything for the customer, Stanley. Yes, a skip button we shall have.
Guy loves the economy. Oh, I don't want to. I wouldn't skip it. Oh. Skip away we do.
And here it is. Go ahead and give it a shot. I'll pop you... Oh, you're back, you see. You were only frozen in time for a few minutes, but it was plenty of time for me to deliver a long, rambling monologue full of unnecessary verbal flourishes and lengthy ruminations on the nature of choice in video games.
True.
Of course, I happen to believe it was perhaps one of my more profound such ruminations. Not that, of course, you need a description of it, but if I... Well there, sport. You really did catch me rambling on a bit, didn't you? But that's the power of the button. The minute I start to go off on a thoughtless display of self-absorption, it's right at your fingertips to go poof, and it's all over. Oh, I can't wait to see what Cookie 9 will say about this, and whether they'll edit the rating of their Steam review. Or at least
Yeah.
change some of the wording, perhaps. To be honest, I don't even know if one can change their review in the first place. I guess I should become better educated on exactly how Steam works. Perhaps that would have been the smart thing to check on before I went
Yeah, I
about
guess
this
it'll
whole
get
exercise
some
of making the
laps
skip button. Although I have to imagine that after seeing this exciting new technology at work, surely whoever it is runs Steam will instantly run out and implement a new feature to make it possible to edit one's review, merely because of this very situation. Yes, I think that's quite likely. Or perhaps they'll simply grant this particular user the ability to change their review, so that the feature is not widely abused. Look, I would even be okay with Steam altering this particular review so that it reads as something more beneficial.
Ooh,
something
boy,
along
I'm
the lines
trying.
of, this game is the best game.
Ooh, I'm trying.
Let me start over. How about this? From the ashes of depravity rises the phoenix of quality.
Oh, did I do? My God, did I? Holy shit. I outlasted him. I'll just skip until he wakes up again.
Okay, welcome back, Stanley. Now, I should say that the amount of time the button has been skipping through is becoming longer and longer. That last one was, well, I want to say maybe 30, 45 minutes? It's not unendurable by any means, but it's, well... Stanley, please don't push the button again. It's been 12 hours. You've just been frozen there. I don't know why the skips are getting longer, but they're really, truly getting longer, and my God, there's no way out of the room. Stanley, the door is gone. It's completely gone.
Oh, shit.
I've looked at it from every angle. I've checked every one of those walls 1,000 times.
The lights are going out.
And
Oh, I'll
there's
just
no
skip.
door,
I'll
Stanley.
skip until
There's
the room's
no
gone.
door.
It's fine.
Oh, Stanley, you're back. You're back. Oh, my goodness. I have someone to talk to again. Stanley, I think it's been a week. Or 2 weeks. Oh, hello. It's you. You're here again. Welcome. I have had time to think about you and about us and about everything we've been through. I've had...
Hey. Hello? I'm gonna wait. Ooh, I'm gonna wait. Ooh, I'm gonna do him real bad. Yeah, I don't think he's coming back. What is it? What is...
But they didn't understand the game was never meant to be funny. It was meant to have a point. It was meant to speak to the human condition. But where are the jokes? Where are the jokes? They bemoaned, they screamed, they gnashed their teeth and said, entertain us. It wasn't
Wait, I
enough.
wanna
They
hear
had
it
to
now.
leave a pathetic little thumbs down review and make all of their pitiful demands. But then, he's talking too much, they said. First, he didn't entertain us, now he won't shut up. It's the inconsistency, it's the lack of accountability, it's the...
How long has it been?
The end is never the end, is never
Never
the
the
end,
end,
is
is
never
never
the
the
end,
end,
is
is
never
never
the
the
end,
end,
is
is
never
never
the
the
end,
end, is never the 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 end. It's dripping. Oh, hey, here we go. Now some time is passing. Got a hole yet? Nope. Hey, one more for the fans. That's what I'm talking about. Oh, I could get out of here. Well, I don't know if my bone structures stayed the same, but you. I mean, I feel like I could probably climb out of here. if I really gave it a shot at a few attempts, I feel like I could find a way out. Oh, never mind, it all died. Oh dear. Yeah, let's go a little further. Oh, it really, wow, this one really stuck. Yeah, this one went real bad. This is a real bad reset. Oh, hey, oh, thank God, here we go. Oof. Ooh, this was a bad one. Ooh, this one really set us back, huh? What if I just walk off into the distance? Is this the end? It's never the end. Wow. Can I push one more? Oh, this is the end. Can't click no more. Door's stuck. What? I didn't even get an achievement for it.
All of his co-workers were gone.
What?
What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
New content? I mean, yeah.
Oh, good. You noticed my sign. Yes, I have something very exciting to show you.
Sure. Oh, we're doing elevators again? This is all you got. Please tell me you made these faster.
You see, Stanley, I've been reflecting on the
You gotta
Stanley
narrate.
parable and about how roundly disappointing this ultra deluxe version has turned out to
Okay,
be.
but now we got
the
super
original
ultra
Stanley
deluxe.
parable was a landmark, and any new content for it should live up to that legacy. So forget this ultra deluxe nonsense. I say we take it one step even further. Which is why I'm very proud to announce for the first time ever the Stanley Parable
No way.
2.
Yo.
Yes, you see, isn't this far superior to a measly re-release with a few minor additions?
Yeah.
Think of all the new territory we'll cover with a fully fledged sequel. An entirely
And
new
there's never the
experience,
end
built
again.
from the ground up. Why, there are so many possibilities. It could go in so many different directions. This is what fans have truly been asking for.
Testing two printers at the same time. How could it be done?
Calling it the Stanley Parable 2
Taste the
is just
sequel?
so much catchier than Ultra Deluxe, don't you think? Ultra Deluxe? What does it even mean? But the Stanley Parable 2, now that's an artistic statement right there. It's future-oriented.
Off-painting
It screams
K.
progress and innovation and long-term franchising potential.
It does feel off. Off painting D. What? Meeting at 2 p.m. God, am I gonna have to play at low sensitivities to read anything? Just the two of us. We can make it if we try. Okay. I'm never turning my my phone. Actually, you know what? Let me play it. This seems like a game. Why? I'm just gonna stop changing. They obviously made it to be sequel ideas. Stanley can throw axes now. Stanley gets boons from foods? From Gods. Artistic intimate wife scene. Free roam mode. More famous narrator, but nah, that's a bad idea. Dress up mode. Microtransactions. Proper gameplay. Nude Stanley. New York City. Jetpack? Fuel canisters? Man, if they put red barrels in Stanley Parable. I wouldn't be able to shoot them, but you know, I'd still have fun. God, stop making me... Give me a zoom button. 2 times New Roman. 2... Oh my god. 2 Road Geek Transport Heavy. 2 Rocket Pop Half Italic. 2 Orbitron Cool Sci-Fi. League Gothic Suri for a casual enjoyer. Shackleton Keep On Truckin'. Those are just fonts. I just read off a whole bunch of fonts. 1 + 1 - 2 - 1 is -1. Don't talk to me before I've had my sequel. Yep. Oh wait. 1 + 1 is 2 - 1 is 1. Plus, oh my god. Oh my god, I'm dumb. Wow, I'm just dumb. I am stupid. Every pause button is just the Roman numeral 2. Holy shit, the 2 doors are back. More TSP. Better TSP. Yeah. 2 plants. No way. They put 2 plants. 2 plants in Stanley 2 Parable? Okay. Oh, and we've got glass doors now?
I haven't quite nailed down what
Let me be
exactly
clear.
the Stanley Parable 2 is going to be, but let's take a look at some of the features I've been developing for it. I figure that if I can loosely organize a handful of interesting concepts, that surely the game will sort of naturally spring up around them. It'll all work itself out. Game development is much more of a fuzzy magic than anything scientific or logical, really.
Yeah. Oh, Expo Hall 2. Holy shit, there's so many 2s. There's like 2,000 2s.
Here we are. Go on, try out some of the new features.
Oh, the button that says the name of the player that is playing the game. Ooh.
For the Stanley Parable 2, I asked myself, what do players really want? And of course, the first and most obvious answer is that they want to be individually recognized and validated as people.
I forgot what this button
So with that in
does.
mind, my first addition to the game is this button, which speaks the name of the person playing the game. Isn't that wonderful?
There's no way.
Jim.
Sorry, I should have clarified. Right now, the button only says the name Jim. But of course, in the final game, this button will say your name, whatever name that is.
Right.
Here, let's have you role-play as Jim to really simulate the full experience of this feature.
Okay, hold on.
Just
My name
play
is,
along.
yeah,
I
my name's
promise
Jim
you'll
now.
love it. Okay, here we go. Let's take a deep breath, clear your mind, forget whoever you are, and simply become a person named Jim.
Okay, I'm Jim.
I want you to imagine yourself living as Jim, sleeping and waking as Jim, falling in love and being heartbroken as Jim, seizing all of the world's possibilities as Jim, and as Jim watching your dreams crumble into dust. Do you feel it deeply? Are you really, truly Jim right now?
Yeah, I feel like
it. If so, then please step forward and press the button.
Jim.
No way.
Yes,
No
you see?
way.
What a thrill, what a rush. That was you.
Oh.
The button described you. Do it again, do it again.
Jim.
Whoa.
It hits
God,
even harder
can't
the
believe
second
it.
time. If this were
They
the
really
only
put my
new
name in
feature
the
in the
game.
Stanley Parable 2, it would still be worth the money. Let's take a break from the gym button. I'm too emotionally drained from all of this personal validation.
Jim.
Whoa there, cowboy. Sometimes a person can be too much, Jim. I'm putting the gym button away. Otherwise, soon you'll start to lose all sense of who you actually are.
I'm Jim. But I'm Jim. Okay. Guess I'll get on. Big button? It's not the same. It's just not the same.
I suppose I could allow only people named Jim to play the Stanley Parable 2. That would actually save me the work of finishing this feature.
I don't even know who I am anymore. I don't know how you can be so sure that I mean that the baby's grown. No way. Holy shit, the baby's grown up in the sequel? Red is the new orange? Sure. New up and ray traced more of the same, but in a good way. Was that in the game? What was that? Button that says that. Yeah, I already saw that. Collectibles. Infinite hole. New and easy achievement. He got award. Stanley finally got one. Oh wait, that's me though, right? No wait, I'm Jim. Forgetting who I am. Pull a lever, receive achievement.
Now here's something special. You remember that broken test achievement that got left in the game on accident? Well, I'm developing a technology to simply give you the achievement. Yes, you see, you'll come to this lever, and when you pull it, the achievement... Okay, perhaps I should have clarified. This is technology that will exist.
Oh, right.
Right now, the achievement is still fully broken. I'm not a wizard, Stanley, but I guarantee it will be fixed in the sequel
All right,
to at
but-
last satisfy the hordes of ravenous fans all over the world who have been uproariously
Almost
demanding this feature.
little
Gamers,
more-
we hear you, and I promise it will happen.
Gamers. Gamers. Okay. Okay, we can just click on anything. Guess that's... oh. Nice little dark corner to hide in. Can the narrator see me down here? Oh, walking to not have like a run. Could they not add a run button in the sequel?
What else?
I guess this
what
isn't the
other
sequel.
exhibits
This is
haven't we
the-
seen yet?
Oh, collectibles! Finally.
Ah, collectibles. Now it's a real video game. In the Stanley Parable 2, you'll run around gathering up these miniature Stanley figurines. And what's truly innovative is that there will be no reward for collecting all of them. I don't want to stifle the intrinsic joy of watching a number go up. You simply collect all of them, and then you move the hell on with your unremarkable life.
Sick. I got a Stanley. Oh.
God, it really is the worst when you collect everything in a video game and then they give you a big fancy reward for it.
Yeah, that does
Absolutely
suck, actually.
tragic.
Okay, but what if there's a collectible down here now? Oop. Mouse, you gonna stick with me for this one? My wireless mouse is giving me guff.
You know what? Let's bring the jump circle back for Stanley Parable 2 as well. It's a... Oh, wait.
Oh.
You already spent all your jumps the first time we saw the jump circle.
Oh.
Oh, well.
Can you give me a few more?
I suppose it can just be a nice decorative piece,
No,
then.
please. Oh, come on, man. Give me a few. Come on. I want to... Oh, let me jump. I feel like that's the way out. So I want to do the other merch. Okay. Why did I leave fucking BattleNet open? Good. Not gonna talk about the merch? Sure. It's in here.
A common complaint of the Stanley Parable was that it was confusing and paradoxical, that it engendered a chaotic sense of reckless despair in those who played it.
Oh.
Well, I'm happy to say that after much consideration, I've engineered a clever solution to this fundamental problem with the game. It's the Stanley Parable Reassurance Bucket. You see, Stanley, anytime you're holding the bucket, a sense of calm and ease will fill your mind and your heart. It's true. As long as you hold on to the bucket, the many disorienting contradictions of the Stanley Parable will feel perfectly normal and perhaps even comforting. You may even come to long for the gentle embrace of jarring cognitive dissonance while the bucket is in your arms. And to be honest, it's a much more convenient solution for me than actually redesigning the game to be less uncomfortable. Can you imagine what a pain in the ass that would be? Yes, the bucket is the perfect solution. Come on, give it a try.
You're gonna, are you really? Gonna let me? Oh.
Can you feel it? The glow of comfort, even in the face of crushing despair,
God,
must
good.
already be sweeping through your body. And in fact,
Ooh,
can
it's
I
even
say
got
that
a
I
little
do
bounce.
believe the bucket lends you an air of charisma as well? I think that just holding it has made you the slightest bit more attractive as a person.
Ooh. Is it true?
The benefits of the bucket seem to go on and on, don't they?
The
All
little
this
eye.
and more await you in the Stanley Parable 2.
Oh, but I can't take the bucket with me, surely. Oh. You're gonna let me?
Does anyone give out awards for most enjoyable bucket in a video game?
I'd
That
hope.
really should be an award if it isn't already.
Yeah.
Okay, I'll be honest, I haven't yet decided on this one. I think that in the new version, the office could use a bit of decoration, like balloons. But I'm undecided on Get Well Someday and Happy 12th Birthday. Which would you go with?
Oh. Yeah. Well, I mean, my birthday is on the 12th, so happy 12th birthday.
You know, sometimes when you solicit another person's opinion, it makes you realize that you knew which one you actually really wanted all along. Get Well Someday
No,
it is.
Yeah, it's fair enough. Oh, God, it looks great. Look at it. Wow.
Or actually, maybe I should have gone with... No, I've made my decision.
You got
We're
it.
moving on.
Yep. Go find that bottomless pit. I'm like in the bucket. Put me in the bucket. Wait. I don't know if I want to be in your bucket. I don't know if that's a place I feel safe. How deep can we dig? The holy moly. God, that sounds...
Stanley, here's an idea
there's
that I'm
two of them?
truly
That
fond
sounds
of.
like a
It's
pretty
never
good
been done
magazine.
before in a video game. This is, in fact, A hole that you can fall down forever.
Oh, that's pretty cool,
That's
but I
right.
got the bucket.
Infinite falling. You can fall until the end of time if
Wish
you
I could
like.
jump
A
into
stunning
the
leap
hole.
forward for video games as a medium.
Oh. I swear that wasn't there a second ago.
You see, isn't it wonderful?
Yeah.
One of my more ingenious concoctions, if I do say so. Now then, since you've gotten to see the infinite hole, you can press the teleport button to pop back up to the top, and we can continue onward.
How deep? What is it?
Now, I don't mean to be
Is
a
it
bummer,
really?
but I do recommend you use the teleport button to go back to
Why?
the top. Maybe do it on the sooner rather than later spectrum of things.
Is it really not bottomless?
Okay, Stanley, I don't know quite how to say this tactfully, but it's possible that I slightly exaggerated the infinite nature of the hole. Is it a very, very deep hole? To be certain it is. It's an extremely deep hole.
It is.
I don't want anyone to say that it isn't an astonishingly deep hole.
mean,
It
it's
is.
an
Is it
astonish-
infinite? Well, that sort of depends on your definition of infinity. From one perspective, the infinite is merely philosophical in nature. It's more of a...
Holy
Okay,
shit.
well, good for you. You found the bottom of the hole. You found me out, Stanley.
What is
I'm a
this?
liar and a cheat, and you're so clever. Look, I think the issue here is just that you're unusually fascinated by falling. What normal person actually wants to fall infinitely? I figured the hole was as deep as anyone would actually need. Don't you put this on me. Maybe you're the problem. Look, things got a little heated there. I think we both said
Because I
some
have the
things we
bucket,
didn't
I
mean.
felt more
Why
confident.
don't we just put all
My
this
choices
behind
because of
us
the
and
bucket.
agree to just call the hole mostly infinite? If that works for you, then go ahead and press the teleport button to warp up to the top of the hole and we can move on. I'll just be up here
The
when you're
cigarette
ready.
butts. Oh, that's pretty good.
Great. Now, I'm very excited to show you even more of my ideas for
Been
the
pretty
sequel.
the mostly infinite hole. Thank you. Legally, I would have sued if they hadn't changed the name. That's a lot of hole. Science? They didn't change all your signage though. You're still kind of insinuating what an infinite hole should be, and yet this is not an finite indeed. I know that's not what it says, but it's what I read for a moment. Okay, where do I go now? That's new. How do I get up there? Settings world champion. Huh? Huh? What are color labels? Huh. I'm not a world champion? And is there only one collectible? Why does Stanley look so... Oh. Epilogue. Huh? What, excuse... Huh? What is happening? Oh, I'm on the wrong side of the velvet rope.
All right. Have you seen everything you wanted to?
I mean,
ready to move on now?
I guess. Oh, hey, bag. What is that Stanley? That is, that's Stanley. This is surgery. Surgery.
So,
like,
Stanley,
viewing
what do you
theater.
think? Do you like all of the new features? Yes, I know it's not exactly clear yet how exactly these features will come together as one single coherent video game, but I can feel it in my soul. It's going to work. There's definitely a good game in there somewhere. Say, let's do an experiment. I'll arrange these new features together, and we'll see whether or not it coheres into a meaningful gameplay experience. Okay. Are you ready?
Very much so.
Here it is. I give you the Stanley Parable 2.
Wow.
Well, I mean, there's potential here, right? It's
Yeah.
sort of... Okay, never mind. Hold on. Let me do a different arrangement. Okay, yes, this is much better. I feel good about this. Here we go. Version 2.
Ooh. Oh.
Who am I kidding, Stanley? This isn't a coherent video game at all. It's a lot of gags. And I do very much enjoy creating gags, but they don't add up to anything. I wanted more than anything to create a sequel that would capture all the magic of the first game. I wanted fans to love it. No matter how good these gags are, they won't stand on their own. They would need the structure and the gameplay of the original. Wait, maybe that's it. I can take the original Stanley Parable and simply, well, insert a few of my new features into it. Tastefully, of course. With
What?
respect. With care for the vision and integrity of the original game. Would it possibly work? I suppose it could. But it would need a really, really tremendous title screen. A title screen that says with bold and uncompromising conviction, "This is the Stanley Parable 2. Let me see if I can whip something up. All right, perfect. Go ahead. Take a look.
What? What? Huh? It's the same game. Two games for the price of one.
This is the story of a man named Stanley.
They added the skip button.
Stanley worked for a company in a big building where he was employee number 427. Employee number 427's job was simple. He sat at his desk in room 427 and he pushed buttons on a keyboard.
It's me.
Orders came
He's
to
just
him
like
through
me.
a monitor on his desk, telling him what buttons to push, how long to push them, and in what order. This is what employee 427 did every day of every month of every year. And although others might have considered it soul-rending, Stanley relished every moment that the orders came in, as though he had been made exactly for this job. And Stanley was happy. And then one day, something very peculiar happened. Something that would forever change Stanley. Something he would never quite forget. He had been at his desk for nearly an hour when he realized that not one single order had arrived on the monitor for him to follow. No one had showed up to give him instructions, call a meeting, or even say hi. Never in all his years at the company
Oh,
had
they got
this
the new
happened.
balloons.
This
No way.
complete isolation.
It looks totally
Something
different.
was very clearly wrong. Shocked, frozen solid, Stanley found himself unable to move for the longest time. But as he came to his wits and regained his senses, he got up from his desk and stepped out of his office.
Put me in. Stanley Parable 2.
All of
Let's
his
go.
co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo. Stanley picked up the bucket.
Yeah. New content?
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left. This was not the correct way to the meeting room, but Stanley had felt the bucket calling to him, telling him that the employee lounge was simply the place to be.
Yeah.
And here it was. Had the bucket turned out to be correct? Was this better than the meeting room? Yes, Stanley thought to himself. Yes, perhaps it truly was. How insightful the bucket turned out to be.
What's in the machine? Drinko Pop? Nico Cola?
Truly, being here with the bucket was a grand adventure. Stanley reflected on all they'd been through together. First, walking through the door on the right, then walking to the lounge, then arriving at the lounge. What a thrilling journey the bucket had inspired.
Oh, bucket skip. I'm about to get to the end of Skyrim in one
Perhaps this was where
click
the
maneuver.
bucket felt most truly at home. Here in the employee lounge.
Oh, I thought I was stuck.
Perhaps it's the only place. But finally, the bucket was done being in the lounge.
Well,
and they
hold
took
on,
the
that's a
first
little-
open door on their left to get. And so the two of them detoured through the maintenance section and walked straight ahead to the opposite door.
Going on my own.
Oh, good Stanley. I'm glad you found your way here. I knew you'd find this place eventually.
What? Oh, is this...
You see, your friends and I are concerned for you, Stanley. We've come together here because we care about you very much.
Wait, what?
It's this bucket you're carrying around
Oh,
everywhere.
okay, yeah.
The bucket isn't even from the original Stanley Parable. It's just sequel content.
That is
We're
true.
the ones that matter, Stanley. Classic characters from the first game, like the Adventure Line and the Broom Closet. Because
Oh,
that's
wait, but
what
there's the no
fans want
buckets
from a
beyond this
sequel.
point
They want
room.
more of their favorite
Oh my
jokes,
God, I
not
gotta
this
bring the bucket
bucket that they've never seen before. Yes, I know I'm the one who gave you the bucket, but you're spending too much time with it. Don't you want another story involving the Adventure Line? We could make the
Trademark.
Adventure Line go somewhere new. Yes, yes, that's what the fans want. Let's do it.
Oh. The Adventure Line.
Whee! Look at that wacky line. Who knows where it'll go off to next? Oh, and it played some silly music as well.
Yeah. Oh, hell yeah. We're playing a video game now.
Now this is what the Stanley
Oh
Parable
my
is
God,
all
I got
about. Don't you remember all those great jokes from the original dialogue? Also, Stanley is addicted to drugs and hookers.
Why?
It's as classic now as it was back then.
Oh,
Let's
what a
do it for
joke.
the fans, Stanley. Let's give them more content exactly like this.
Holy crap.
But if we want to do that, you're going to have to give something up.
No. I just got the bucket. You can't take the bucket away now.
Don't you get it, Stanley? We need to get rid of the bucket.
No.
That's why I'm very proud to introduce a brand new character. This is the Bucket Destroyer.
No. You
I
just
think
gave
it'll
me
make
the
a
bucket.
wonderful new addition to the rich lore of the Stanley Parable. True, it also was not in the original game, but it's such a well-fleshed-out character with so much personality that to me
need
it
this
already
for the
feels
next-
as though it's
for the
been
next
part
run.
of the cast all along.
I
Don't
need
you
to
agree?
take it to the... No, I need to take it to the next
Can
section.
you guess what the Bucket Destroyer does?
I'm gonna...
Surely you don't need me to spell it out for you.
Does it destroy buckets?
Go ahead now, Stanley. Say goodbye to the bucket, and then pop it into the machine when you're ready. Now listen to me. It's crucial that you give it the bucket. I don't know what the bucket destroyer will do if it can't destroy your bucket. Destroying buckets is all it knows. That is its singular personality trait. Sure, I can hear you saying, how does a character with only one personality trait deserve to join the pantheon of beloved Stanley Parable characters? Well, you see, if you were to really explore the Bucket Destroyer, you would see that its desire to crush buckets is so densely loaded with complexity and nuance that it's really like 10 personality traits. What other object in this game can you even say that about? The broom closet? Certainly not. I wonder what sort of Bucket Destroyer merchandise the fans will be clamoring for after this. Okay, the Bucket Destroyer is getting very upset now. You'll have to hurry and feed it. We can't get back to the classic Stanley Parable characters like the Adventure Line or the Bucket Destroyer until you crush that damn bucket. Quickly now, the fans are waiting. Do it, the fans, Stanley. Give the fans what they want. Hurry and... The Bucket Destroyer, my prized creation. You had so much potential. We were going to do such marvelous things with you, tell such spell-binding stories about you. All of it squandered now. Goodbye, new friend. For the moment in time that you were here, you were magnificent.
Come on. What? Really? Oh, but I'm so curious what happens in that timeline now.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean?
Okay, but
Stanley
no bucket
decided
zone.
to go to the
No
meeting
bucket
room.
zone.
Stanley lifted the bucket into his arms,
We're
and
going
a
to the
wave
no
of
bucket
comfort
zone.
rushed over him.
Oh,
Stanley
can I even
clutched the
remember
bucket
where
tightly
that
to his-
was?
This was not the correct way to the meeting room, but Stanley had felt the bucket calling to him,
I think it
telling
is. I
him
think it
that
was
the
this way. I
employee
think I had
lounge
to-
was simply the place to be. And here it
It
was.
might not have
Had the
been.
bucket
It
turned
might
out to
have
be
been
correct?
on the true
Was this?
path.
No, never mind. The bucket was wrong. Stanley took the door on his left to go back to the meeting room.
No,
Said the bucket.
don't go to the meeting
Don't go
room.
to the
Go
meeting
somewhere else. The cargo lift, yeah, good.
Said the bucket.
Now ride the lift all the way to the top. There's something up there I need you to do.
I don't listen to
Stanley
anybody
did not
but
question why or how this bucket was speaking to him. It should have alarmed him, of course, because buckets can't talk. But Stanley chose not to think about this obvious fact. He was firmly convinced that the bucket had spoken to him, and he unthinkingly did whatever the bucket
I'm
asked.
doing. Oh, it is this way. No buckets, no buckets, no buckets.
No, stop. Look there on the wall. You see,
What?
there's a
Come
sign right
on.
there. It says, no buckets past this point. Stanley, how could you think it was okay to bring the bucket here?
I wanted
Unless-
to know.
What if the problem is that you actually don't know what is a bucket and what isn't a bucket?
Oh.
I suppose that would explain a lot about your behavior up to
The
this
3
point.
on the B3.
Which, if that's true,
One-
well,
one
my
to
goodness,
B4.
I think we have to do something about it. This misunderstanding could have dire consequences on the entire rest of the game if not addressed quickly and properly. So much of the impact of the story is dependent on your understanding of what is and isn't
That's
a
very
bucket.
true.
Please, step in here for a moment.
Okay. That feels like a threat. Is this a bucket?
Now then, I'm going to run you through some test scenarios,
Oh,
and
no.
you'll tell me whether or not the thing I'm showing you is a bucket.
Okay, I can do
Simply
that.
enough, right? This should tell us everything we'll ever need to know about what is or is not a bucket. Okay, let's begin.
Oh, that.
Item 1. Is this a bucket?
That's a bucket.
Incorrect. It is
What?
a hologram of a bucket, not an actual bucket.
Oh, god damn it. Oh, that's why I thought about it. I thought that could be a hologram.
Item 2. Is this a bucket?
I mean, can I get closer? Can I get close? Can I, hold on. That is... Are we back to this one? That's a bucket. Oh,
Incorrect.
come on.
It is a 3D printed recreation of a bucket, not an
Still
actual
a bucket. That's still a bucket. Come on, that's still a bucket.
Item 3. Is this a bucket?
That's not a bucket, I can tell.
Incorrect.
No.
This is a
Shut
bucket.
the fuck up. You shut the fuck. You shut up. You shut the fuck up, narrator.
Item 4.
That's...
Is this a bucket?
That's a bucket.
What? Are you hallucinating? This is a tractor.
Well, come on.
It's
I
an
mean, think
enormous
about
machine
it.
that tills
It
the earth.
contains some
I thought this was a
liquid.
gimmick. How
Surely,
on earth
that's
did you
definitely
manage to
done
screw
like
it up?
some levels.
Absolutely
That is a bucket
incredible.
on some.
Let's
case.
just
Like, you
move
could
on to the next one.
use that as a bucket if you really needed to.
Is this a bucket?
Well, you just said that's a tractor, so no.
Incorrect. This is a bucket.
I hate you.
Item 6. Is this a bucket?
Easiest. That's a bucket of my life.
Trick question. Both. Gotcha.
Okay. Feels like every single item has been a gotcha.
Item... Wait, hold on. I can't find the next one. Let me see. It should be around here somewhere.
Ooh. Do I have it? Well, it's not.
Yes. Thank you. There's nothing here. Of course it isn't a bucket. We both know full well that nothing isn't a bucket.
Hey,
Wait, when
I'm
I
so
say nothing isn't a bucket, that makes it sound like I'm saying everything is a bucket, which of course is not
Ooh.
true. Unless... Is that what you think? Answer me straight, Stanley. Are you trying to tell me that you believe everything is a bucket?
Well, when you think about it, narrator, it's kind of a bucket.
You know what? I'm too confused to even sort it out. I've lost
Now
all
let me
sense
drink
of
from my
perspective.
drink bucket.
What is a bucket? What isn't a bucket? Mere moments ago I could answer these questions with confidence. And yet now I'm somewhat adrift. Do any of us know what a bucket is? Am I a bucket?
Yeah.
Stanley, I can't keep doing
For stomach
this.
acid.
I'm losing myself, and myself was all I ever had to begin with. I'm afraid the bucket is threatening to tear our relationship apart. I can't have that. I'm sorry. But I'm going to erase all buckets from the game entirely.
Wait, no.
Okay.
No.
Here we go.
No. You deleted it. You deleted the game.
What happened? Is everything gone? Why did everything disappear? Wait, was everything a bucket?
It was all. Everything was
single
labeled
thing
a
in the
bucket.
game was a
I
bucket.
can't explain why,
My
but it made the
God, I had
code
no
work.
idea.
It just
How could-
ran better because
Except
there
me.
was.
I'm not
Everything
a bucket
was
after
labeled in the
all.
game's
And
code as a
you,
bucket,
Stanley,
okay?
You're still here. You're not a bucket either. Oh, this is wonderful news.
Wait, am I here?
We're not buckets. Yes, I actually feel much more at ease right now. It's delightful to get some clarity on that issue, but it doesn't change the fact that we haven't got a game. So, tell you what, I'll reset everything and we'll put back all of the buckets, okay?
Yeah.
And we'll know that it's all a bucket. But if you run into anyone else, maybe don't mention that. Who knows what that information might do to a person? All right, here we go.
Here we go.
Just a step through this door, Stanley thought to himself. That's all I need. If I can make it
All right,
through this,
give me
the
the bucket.
confusion and the
We're
chaos
going to the bucket
all
destroyer.
seemed to melt away as Stanley embraced the bucket.
This thing's too dangerous to be
Stanley
left
clutched the
alive,
bucket
so we're
tightly
gonna
to his-
destroy it.
This was not the correct way to the meeting room, but Stanley had felt the bucket calling to him, telling him that the employee lounge was simply the place to be. And here it was. Had the bucket turned out to be correct? No, never mind. The bucket was wrong. Stanley took the door on his left to go back, and so the two of them detoured through the maintenance section and walked straight ahead to the opposite door. Oh, good, Stanley. I'm glad you found your way here. I knew you'd find this place eventually. You see, your friends and I are concerned for you, Stanley.
The broom
We've
closet's
come
here.
together here because we care about you very much. It's this bucket you're carrying around everywhere.
the bucket isn't even from the original Stanley Parable. It's just sequel content. We're the ones that matter, Stanley. Classic characters from the first game, like the Adventure Line and the Broom Closet. Because that's what fans want from a sequel. They want more of their favorite jokes, not this bucket that they've never seen before. Yes, I know I'm the one who gave you the bucket, but you're spending too much time with it. Don't you want another story involving the Adventure Line? We could make the Adventure Line go somewhere new. Yes, that's what the... Whee! Look at that wacky line. Who knows where it'll go off to next? Oh, and it played some silly music as well.
It trademarked. I didn't notice that the first time.
Now this is what the Stanley Parable is all about. Don't you remember all those great jokes from the original dialogue?
Also, Stanley is addicted to drugs and hookers.
It's as classic now as it was back then. Let's do it for the fans, Stanley. Let's give them more content exactly like this. But if we want to do that, you're going to have to give something up. Don't you get it, Stanley? We need to get rid of the bucket. That's why I'm very proud to introduce a brand new character. This is the Bucket Destroyer. I think it'll make a wonderful new addition to the rich lore of the Stanley Parable. True, it also was not in the original game, but it's such a well-fleshed-out character with so much personality that to me it already feels as though it's been part of the cast all along. Don't you agree? Can you guess what the Bucket Destroyer does? Surely you don't need me to spell it out for you. Go ahead now, Stanley. Say goodbye to the bucket, and then pop it into the machine when you're ready. Now listen to me. It's crucial that you give it the bucket. I don't know what the Bucket Destroyer will do if it can't destroy your bucket. Destroying buckets is all it knows. That is its singular personality trait. Sure, I can hear you saying, how does a character with only one personality trait deserve to join the pantheon of beloved Stanley Parable characters?
I didn't think this
well, you
would
see,
be a one-round
if you were to
ending.
really explore the Bucket Destroyer, you would see that its desire to crush buckets is so densely loaded with complexity and nuance that it's really like 10 personality traits. What other object in this game can you even say that about? The Broom Closet? Certainly not. I wonder what sort of Bucket Destroyer merchandise the fans will be clamoring for after this. Okay, the Bucket Destroyer is getting very upset now. You'll have to hurry and feed it. We can't get back to the classic Stanley Parable characters like the Adventure Line or the Bucket Destroyer until you crush that damn bucket. Quickly now, the fans are waiting. Do it, the fans, Stanley. Give the fans what they want. Hurry and...
Well, I thought there were more endings that route.
The Bucket Destroyer, my prized creation. You had so much potential. We were going to do such marvelous things with you, tell such spellbinding stories about you. All of it squandered now.
All right, let's try a
Goodbye,
bucket run.
new friend. For the moment in time that you were here, you were magnificent.
Oh, what the... what?
Warmth spread through Stanley's arms. With the bucket in his arms again, he was home.
Wait, you tricked me.
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest
Well,
and
now I'm
entered
scared.
the door on his left.
Why did it change?
Still no one was here. Stanley needed the bucket's warmth and comfort now more than ever. Perhaps his boss's office was where he'd find answers.
Oh, Stanley, can you feel it? The Broom Closet. It wants the bucket.
No.
You can feel that, can't you? The aura of jealousy? It's as clear as day. This Broom Closet believes it deserves the bucket.
No way, this is my bucket.
I can really feel it now. It's a bucket. It belongs in a broom closet. That's what the Broom Closet is trying to say here. It's supposed to go with the other cleaning supplies. Good for you, Stanley. Don't give in. don't hand over the bucket. I know how hard it must be, given the pressure that the broom closet is putting on your shoulders right now, but you have to be strong. This is your bucket. This is your companion and lifelong friend. You can't hand it over. Oh no. We're getting into name-calling now, it seems. Is this how low the broom closet has sunk, that it has to resort to this stream of petty insults simply in order to get you to hand over the bucket?
Can't believe my
Stanley,
classic friend broom
I never
closet
liked
would
this
do me
broom
dirty
closet
like
for a
this.
variety of reasons, but even this is worse than I had imagined. And wait, now the broom closet has the gall to imply that you and the bucket are not truly deep and lasting friends? That your relationship is purely superficial and convenient? That your life is so banal and meaningless that you'd feel the same sort of kinship towards any inanimate object which happened to lay in your path in an even partially enticing manner? Well, I never.
What?
Go on, Stanley. Lay into it. Really
you,
tell the broom closet
you
off for its demeaning
fucking
comments.
dusty-ass
Expand
bitch.
on the wide variety of
this
experiences you and the bucket have shared
I
together.
mean, think about all
Go
these
through
things
each
that
of them
we've
point by point.
Look,
Share your journal entries
I'm
detailing the rich
okay.
emotional landscape of your feelings for the bucket, as they have changed and evolved over the years.
Okay, well, let's not
Let
get
him
too...
have it.
Okay. Well, I feel like I would have done better if he didn't interrupt me in the very beginning. I feel like I was off to a strong start.
Okay, I've got you something
Okay.
which I think will
Come
help
on
settle
now.
this debate once and for all. Here we go. There.
Yo!
Now it's settled. No more debate, no more discussion.
Ooh,
Take a
wait.
hike, broom closet, with all
You-
your
can you
meandering
see it?
philosophical diatribes about the nature of cleaning supplies
Yes.
and their relationship to broom
Hey.
closets in the natural order of things.
Is that a... Oh, I thought that was a Stanley.
All right, I've got a second sticker back here, and I'm going to slap it on as well because I think it's appropriate. You see,
Ooh.
I feel that it works because the sticker is also a bucket.
Bucket sticker on a
That
bucket.
way, if you're ever unsure whether the thing you're holding is a bucket or
That's
not,
pretty good.
you can look down at this sticker
Definitely
and
not
say
a
to yourself,
hologram of a bucket or a 3D
it's a
printed
bucket.
recreation of a bucket.
There really is a wide variety of applications for this sticker.
Anything else going on in this broom closet, narrator? Anything else you want to tell me about while I blow my nose again?
You know what? I could take the name-calling and the dismissal of your kinship with the bucket, but now the broom closet is just giving us the silent treatment, and to be honest, I'm sick of the pettiness on display. You can stay here all you like, but I've had it with this impetulant room of cleaning supplies.
Yeah, you got a
Easily
good
the most
point.
childish such room I've ever been in. I'll see you outside, and we can get
Yeah.
on with the story
Yeah,
about
all right.
you and your bucket.
Okay. Okay, broom closet, now that it's just you and me. Personally, I don't want that guy to speak for me. He just keeps interrupting. Like, sure, me and Bucket have been on some good adventures, but also at the same time, you know, you don't want to. I don't want to negate what we've done together, broom closet. You know, I mean, I've known you much longer than this Bucket, and I don't want to think of you as like unequal friends in any way. You know, this is just, you know, I should probably go check on him. I feel like this has gotten off to a weird point. Let me go check on the narrator. Anyway, oh god, that was awkward, huh?
Coming to a staircase, Stanley and the bucket walked upstairs to the boss's office.
Well, what was down here? I mean, I already did that, so let's go up. Alright, the boss's office.
Stepping into his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. Crushed by the weight of this revelation, Stanley may have broken down into an emotional dumpster fire if not for the soothing presence of the bucket. Even now, in his darkest of hours, did the bucket's warmth and guiding light pierce the dark clouds of confusion and chaos. It would be with him always. The bucket
Play me
would,
a song on the keyboard.
and he knew it. The two of them were inseparable. At this point, Stanley was so absorbed in the tender spiritual connection he shared with the bucket
Business.
that he didn't notice the keypad behind the
I
boss's
am the
desk.
most expensive
Nor in
boss.
his bliss of simply being
Oh.
near the bucket did he have any notion that the PIN number for the keypad was 2845. But Stanley guessed the correct code by sheer luck.
Was it that the bucket knew all along? Was the bucket guiding him?
Ooh.
Yes, this is certainly the most logical
I
explanation.
mean, it's got cool stickers on it, too. I mean, that's what I would assume. Oh, you got me a Stanley.
You found one of them. One of the miniature Stanley figurines. Remember, no reward for collecting all of these, only the intrinsic pleasure of a job well done. You can't buy that sort of happiness, Stanley. God knows I've tried. So, I implore you to savor each and every moment you come across one of these beautiful figurines.
Oh, I can't tell if they're being entirely honest or just really, really enticing me to get one, to get all of them.
The elevator raced downward, plummeting towards an unknown fate. It would be all Stanley could do to keep himself together, if not for the bucket. Soothing him, comforting him, reassuring that in this darkest moment of uncertainty, he would be all right. The bucket is here for you, Stanley. Everything will be fine. Stanley and the bucket walked straight ahead through the large door that read, Mind Control Facility.
Oh, what the fuck is at that frame rate? I don't remember. I don't remember.
The lights rose on an enormous room packed with television screens. What horrible secret did this place hold? Stanley and the bucket both wondered to themselves.
Oh, I could just... Ooh. Ooh. I could get one of the other endings in this ending, it turns out.
The monitors jumped to life,
Fire.
and Stanley nearly dropped the bucket in shock. Everyone in the office was being videotaped, monitored like
different.
guinea pigs. The bucket had never seen anything like this, and it very nearly burst into tears as Stanley cradled it gently, reassuring it that
Why is
everything would be fine.
Am I 234? No, I'm 27. Huh. Kinda wanna watch Iron 601 fired Pirate 464. God, it's getting laggy in this one. What happened to employee 234?
Was the bucket under the mind control facility's influence as well? Had the
Could
bucket
be.
been told to do
Could
things
be.
it didn't wish to do? What kinds of things does a bucket want to do or not want to do in the first place? These questions raced furiously in Stanley's feeble mind. No! He screamed into the bucket. He couldn't accept it. His own life in someone else's control, never! He squeezed the bucket tighter. His one friend in the entire world. At this point, he could trust no one except for the bucket.
They're relatable.
But here was the proof. The heart of the operation. Controls labeled with emotions, happy or sad or content. Walking, eating, working, all of it monitored and commanded from this very place. And as the cold reality of his past began to sink in, Stanley decided that this machinery would never again exert its terrible power over another human life. For he and the bucket would dismantle the controls for good. Two best friends, Stanley and the bucket, up against the world. They high-fived in a really cool way, and the bucket made a sassy comment about taking down the system.
I got nothing. I'm not as sassy or cool like the bucket.
Stanley and the bucket waited in blackness. Was it over? Yes, they had done it. Stanley and the bucket had defeated their greatest and darkest enemy, freed themselves from the tyrannical grip of the evil mind control machine. Freedom was now mere moments away. Excitedly, the two of them began to discuss the kind of life they wanted to live once they stepped through this massive door. The bucket wanted to learn to roller skate. Stanley wanted to sneeze in every country on Earth. Both of them wanted to begin watching a movie, any movie, but then stop it halfway through and begin watching it in reverse from the end.
Ooh.
True, it was a simple life they envisioned, but it was one they'd lived together, with one another to lean on, to trust, to support, and...
Oh, did it got stuck?
Wait, what was happening? Why had the door stopped? Was Stanley and the bucket not about to be freed? An unbearable silence filled the room, lingering in uncertainty, until finally the truth hit Stanley square in the face. This building did not want the bucket to leave.
No!
Even the facility itself recognized the incredible calming presence of the bucket, needed the soothing warmth of the bucket.
I need the bucket.
Go to any lengths not to part with the bucket. No, no, no. Stanley can't leave this place. Not while he has such a precious bucket in his arms. Not while this building has anything to say about it.
No.
Stanley realized he would never again leave this very room. But at least he has the bucket.
True.
To be trapped eternally in darkness isn't really so bad, Stanley thought to himself. As long as I have my bucket with me, right? I'll be okay, won't I? Stanley gulped. Very soon now, he was about to find out.
Was that the ending? Holy shit.
All of his co-workers were
Alright,
gone.
no bucket run.
What
For
could it
real
mean?
this time.
Stanley decided to go to the
I
meeting
keep the
room.
stickers,
Perhaps
though?
he had
That's good to
simply
know.
missed a memo. When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, this was not the correct way to the meeting room, and
Let's
Stanley
see.
knew it perfectly
We had...
well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it. The lounge was grand, majestic,
needed to go
perhaps, but eager to get back to business, Stanley took the first
I haven't
open
even
door
taken
on
the
his
lift
left.
all the way.
And so he detoured through the maintenance section, walked straight ahead to the opposite door, and got back on track.
Whoa. There will be a reward. Completionist instinct. Ooh, oh no, don't make... No, I'm gonna actually do it. Don't do it.
Coming to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office.
Wait, I've already done this. Oh, but there's other routes up there. There's a Stanley, though.
Another miniature Stanley figurine. This, you know, there really must be a snappier name for these things. What about mini stands? Stanley figs. What about Stanlerines? Yes, I think I like that. Another Stanlerine under your
Can we
belt.
just call them stands? Isn't that already short for Stanley? A stand?
But Stanley just couldn't do it. He considered the possibility of facing his boss, admitting he had left his post during work hours.
Oh, wait.
He might be fired for that.
Already done this one.
And in such a competitive economy, why had he taken that
Oh,
risk?
this is a long
All
one,
because
too.
he believed everyone had vanished? His boss would think he was crazy. And then something occurred to Stanley. Maybe, he thought to himself, maybe I am crazy.
Okay, wait.
Stanley had never seen the
I've
office this
already
brightly
did that.
lit.
Even, I
Was
should
it a
at
sign
least
of
have the
something?
bucket if I'm going to do
He
that
hoped
ending
it
again.
was. He hoped very much. Stanley picked up the bucket and smiled. He'd never be alone again, not truly alone, not with the bucket around. Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest. This was not the correct way to the meeting room, but Stanley had felt the bucket calling to him, telling him that the employee lounge was simply the place to be.
It's true.
And here it was.
Gotta get in the
Had the
conversation
bucket turned
bit,
out to be correct?
And then get out
No,
within a
never
single
mind.
stride.
The bucket was wrong. Stanley took the door
We're
on
taking
his
the
left
lift this
to go
time,
back
and we're
to the
going
meeting
all
room.
the way.
No,
Said the bucket.
don't go to the meeting room. Go somewhere else. The cargo lift.
Yes.
Good,
Said the bucket.
now
Now
ride the
ride
lift
it
all the way to the top. There's something up there I need you to do.
Stanley did not question why or how
There's a
this
stand.
bucket was speaking to him. It should have alarmed him, of course, because buckets can't talk. But Stanley chose not to think about this obvious fact. He was firmly convinced that the bucket had
there's a
spoken to him, and he unthinkingly did whatever the bucket asked.
Someone write that down. I'll write it down.
In here.
Said the bucket.
Go into this
wait.
dark room over here.
Stanley
Okay.
once again obeyed blindly.
Whoa.
Now pick up the phone.
Said the bucket. This is the sad story of a man named Stanley and his bucket. Once
the
upon a
bucket round?
time, I gave Stanley a bucket because I thought he was lonely and could use a friend. And then, very distressingly, he began to believe the bucket could speak to him.
Yeah? Oh. Hello, Stanley. It's me, your bucket. Press B to take me to work with you.
The Stanley Parable Reassurance Bucket was merely meant to provide the comforting glow of companionship. It doesn't literally talk and give you orders. Whatever Stanley is hearing the bucket say to him is just in his head.
Press X to take me home.
Lately, I've been concerned about him. Wouldn't you be concerned as well? To see him delusional like this, obsessing over an inanimate metal object? I want to say something to him, but I don't know how I can convince him. I don't know if he'll listen to me.
Press X to go back to work again.
Oh, I'll try anyway. Stanley, can you hear me? Listen to me. It's just a bucket. It can't think, it can't talk. All it would ever truly do for you is effectively transfer a liquid from one location to a different location. That's
That's
it.
true.
It doesn't do anything else.
Don't listen to the loud man. Press 0 for us to go back home.
You see, he's not listening. He's still taking orders from the bucket. You know, once upon a time it was me he took orders from. Me he
Oh my
trusted
God,
and
this is
listened to. Now
distressing.
all he cares about is his awful bucket. This stupid hunk of metal.
Press F to ignore anyone in your life except for the bucket.
It's sad, but I suppose he doesn't need me anymore. From now on, he's just going to cling to this bucket, this cold, empty bucket, this sort of shiny bucket. Well, I'll give it this. The bucket does have a nice shine to it.
It's a good bucket. You believe I'm real, don't you, Stanley? Press M to go back home.
Yes, I suppose on closer inspection that it doesn't quite look like your average hardware store bucket. It's just a little more, what am I trying to say? Sturdier, more capable of transporting liquid.
Oh.
Like it would be better at moving an amount of water from one room to another.
Press K to relive the same day over and over.
Oh my God, what am I saying? Better at carrying water from room to room. It's a bucket. It's literally just a bucket. Why do I feel some need to point out the ways in which it's so much more than just a regular bucket?
Oh. Press V to go home.
Oh no. I'm having feelings. For the bucket. No. What's going on? Why do I want to be with the bucket? Hear what the bucket has to say. Do anything it asks. What's wrong with me? I don't understand. Perhaps, if I had the bucket, this would be less confusing. Yes. The bucket could tell me what to do in this troublesome situation. Stanley, give me the bucket. Give it to me. Give me the bucket, Stanley. I need it. Give it to me now. Give it or I'll...
Oh. What? Wait. Huh? But there's no narrator. We work together. I'm gonna recognize that the narrator didn't show up. I guess I'll take the bucket.
The good old bucket.
Oh.
Just Stanley and the bucket, off on another thrilling adventure together.
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left.
Stanley. Stanlerines. Can't believe there's not one in the broom closet. Oh, but there was one in that.
Coming to a staircase, Stanley and the bucket walked upstairs to the boss's office.
Up. We need to go up so we can go to the escape route. Is there a Stanlerine in here? Yes, there is.
Okay, I'm going back to the name of these little Stanley figurines, and now I'm torn between Stanlerines and Figlies. What do you think, Stanley? What name better encapsulates the intrinsic sense of happiness that you get from seeing a small number in the corner of your screen go up by one?
They're short for
Let me sit on it. I'm sure it will come to me.
Because the boss knows what the boss says goes. Because the boss knows what... God. Because the boss knows that what the boss says goes. If the boss has suffered losses, then that's what the boss chose. Ooh, what? Business strategy. This is new. This is new, right? Going up? It's only up from here. Yo, elevator gameplay! It's real! Is this really an hour? What? I thought it was playing. I thought it was playing myself back to me, like auto-tune to it. How long have I been in this elevator? Oh my god. Oh boy. Oh god, it's starting over. my god, there's no way. I was probably getting so far. How long is that song? Oh my god.
Stepping into his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. Crushed by the weight of this revelation, Stanley may have broken down into an emotional dumpster fire if not for the soothing presence of the bucket. Even now, in his darkest of hours, did the bucket's warmth and guiding light pierce the dark clouds of confusion and chaos. It would be with him, but Stanley guessed the correct code by sheer luck. Was it that the bucket knew all along? Was the bucket guiding him? Yes, this is certainly the most logical explanation.
Oh, only one way on this train. Much like the much like the other elevator. Ow.
Stanley and the bucket walked straight ahead through the large door that read, Mind Control Facility.
Thought there was a wall there for a second.
Although this passageway had the word escape written on it, the truth was that at the end of this hall, Stanley and the bucket would both meet a violent death.
Same.
The door behind them was not shut. Stanley and the bucket still had every opportunity to turn around and get back on track. At this point, Stanley and the bucket were knowingly walking forward into a very painful death for each of them.
It'll do. Oh, really? I was gonna say. Oh, it's this route. Right. I'm remembering more now. Can't I
As the
jump
machine
to the
whirred
thing?
into motion and Stanley and the bucket inched closer to their demise, Stanley reflected on how meaningless the bucket's warmth and comfort had turned out to be. To be sure, it puts the mind and the soul at ease to embrace the bucket, but what use is a sense of ease when you're about to be crushed to death? This is what Stanley thought to himself, and he sort of kicked himself for wasting so much time carrying a bucket everywhere. Farewell, Stanley.
"Farewell, Stanley," cried the narrator, as Stanley and the bucket were led helplessly into the enormous metal jaws. In a single visceral instant, the bucket's life came to an end as it was crushed violently to death.
I remember this now. Oh! Where's the Stanurine? Where's the Figley?
It was a shame, the death of such a magnificent bucket. It's true that all buckets are radiant in their own way, but this one stood above the rest. It was
really
a
just remade the
glorious
whole
bucket
game.
to behold.
But centered it on the fucking bucket. Where's the Figley?
Can you see how arrogant it was for Stanley to take a bucket like this and to claim it
Oh
for
my
his
God.
own? Can you see the hubris that blinded him? Can you see that the bucket is far more noble than Stanley will ever be in his short life?
Can't believe it. Would never believe it. Oh, it's nothing. I thought that was important. Inferno bucket. No one can control a bucket. Cave drawing. While we know that buckets predate the existence of mankind, we do not know by how long. This cave drawing depicts early man's discovery of the practical uses of the bucket. by which time the bucket had already likely been around for several millennia. Noticed in these drawings how the bucket is allowing itself to be used, having judged humanity to be worthy of its treasure. Moving on.
No man can own a bucket, and certainly not a bucket as dazzling to behold as this one. It is man who should kneel before the bucket.
The hanging bucket. This piece symbolizes the necessary relationship between the bucket and humanity. However clear our grasp of the bucket may be, there is yet more that is always out of reach, this distance inevitably for our own good. Oh, I grabbed the bucket.
But there is something we can do. Something we can do together, you and I, that will right this terrible wrong. Let Stanley die. Let him be crushed by the machine. Don't reset the game. Don't give him another opportunity to run off with another beautiful bucket. We can save the world's buckets from their treatment as tools and implements if only we let Stanley die together. The bucket shall take its place as ruler, as leader, as commander of a new world, a new vision.
Ooh.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Where are we going today? The bucket asked. Stanley just smiled. Anywhere they went together would be... Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest.
Let's get the
and
one I
entered
know
the door.
exists.
This was not the correct
In the
way to the meeting room.
warehouse.
But Stanley had felt the bucket calling to him, telling him that the employee lounge was simply the place to be. And here it was. Had the bucket turned out to be correct? Was this better than the meeting room? Yes, Stanley. No, never mind. The bucket was wrong. Stanley took the door on his left to go back to the meeting room.
No,
said the bucket.
don't go to the meeting room. Go somewhere else. The cargo lift, yes. Go there. Go to the cargo lift.
Give me that Stanley.
You're getting close now, Stanley. You've nearly gotten all of the Figler Anlarines. Very soon, you'll collect the last one. And then the first number will equal the second number, and that will be
it.
We'll be different people by then. Different in the sense that we used to have none of them. And now we have them all.
Yeah.
You can't go back to when you had no Figler Anlarines. None of us can.
Fuck. Why does my hand hurt? Just pushing buttons. Alright, where's the Stanley? Ow. Fuck. All right. How am I gonna do this? Oh, I can just... I forgot this game is one-handed. I don't know why I've been draining myself. Oh, right.
Okay, this is day number 295, tape number... I don't even know. I've lost track. Nothing feels real anymore. The longer I study this bucket, the less sense anything makes. The sheer euphoria I feel every time I pick it up. No matter how many times I've done it, it's always the same feeling. And the emptiness in my chest when I set it down. It doesn't make sense. There's no explanation for
There
it.
really isn't.
I still haven't figured out why I see the world so differently when this bucket is in my arms. Why everything feels so... What do I do with this treasure? I can monetize it.
What?
Yes.
Mindless
It's
fucking capitalism.
unthinkable
wins
the
again.
amounts of money people will pay for even just an hour with the bucket. This is my golden ticket. But I have to be careful, because as soon as this gets out, there's going to be a target on my back. Even now, I don't know who might be trying to get... What's that? Who's there?
What the fuck? What? Huh? Alright.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Where's the last Stanley figurine?
A good bucket, a strong bucket, a humble bucket, a committed bucket, a bucket of culture and distinction. Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest
It's gotta be
and
on this
entered
side.
the door on his left.
I would have to think. Oh. Oh, it's... Oh! Somewhere both red and blue. Oh, that was... Okay. I seem
Coming to a staircase,
remember-
Stanley and the bucket walked upstairs to the boss's office.
No. Wasn't it... the other way? I think it's the other way. I think I got it now, if it's telling me.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Ah, the embrace of an old friend. A weathered companionship that stands the test of time. Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his... This was not the correct way to the meeting room. But Stanley had felt the bucket calling to him, telling him that the employee lounge was simply the place to be. And here it was. Had the bucket turned out to be correct? Well, no, never mind. The bucket was wrong. Stanley took the door on his left to go back to the
Right?
meeting room.
No,
Said the bucket.
don't go to the meeting room. Go somewhere else. The cargo lift.
Oh wait, no,
Good.
this is
said
the
the
no
bucket.
buckets beyond
Now
this
ride the
point
lift
part.
all the way to the top. There's something up there I need you to do.
Stanley did not question why or how this bucket was speaking to him. It should have alarmed
I
him,
need
of
to,
course,
like-
because buckets can't talk. But Stanley chose not to think about this obvious fact. He was firmly convinced that the bucket had spoken to him, and he unthinkingly did whatever the bucket asked.
Yeah, this is the no bucket point. But isn't that the way? Maybe I need to not
How
bring the
wonderful.
bucket.
Stanley was alone. Finally. This is great, he thought to himself. This is what I've wanted all along. I got what I wanted.
Right? My...
When Stanley came to a set of two open doors,
Am I
this was
dumb?
not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it. It was okay.
It's alright.
But eager to get back to business, Stanley took the first open door on his left.
I seem to remember.
Stanley was so
this
bad
way.
at following directions, it's incredible he wasn't fired years ago. Look, Stanley, I think perhaps we've gotten off on the wrong foot here. I'm not your enemy, really, I'm not. I realize that investing your trust in someone else can be difficult, but the fact is that the story has been about nothing but you all this time. There's someone you've been neglecting, Stanley. Someone you've... What? Really? I was in the middle of something. Do you have zero consideration for others? Are you that convinced that I want something bad to happen to you? Why, I don't know how to convince you of this, but I really do want to help you, to show you something beautiful. Look, let me prove it.
I was right.
Let me prove that I'm on your side. And there it is. The last Stiggly Wiggly. Savor this moment, Stanley. This is a real accomplishment. This is doing something just for the sake of doing it. Where so many people expect to be rewarded for the most trivial achievements, you've insisted that a job well done is its own reward. I would tell you that I'm proud of you for collecting them all, but that would be like a reward, and we can't have that. So, instead I'll just say, it's done.
It's done.
We're all done here.
It's done.
And now we can go to whatever the hell you were doing before you hunted for figurines.
Thank God.
Now listen carefully, this is important. Stanley walked through the red door. Oh, thank God you are willing to listen to me. Do you see that I really have wanted
really fucked it up now.
you to be happy all this time? The problem is all these choices.
What?
Stanley, I'm sorry, but I have to put a pause on things. It's those figurines.
Oh.
Those figglers. I haven't stopped thinking about them since you nabbed every last one. Wasn't it just the most intrinsically fulfilling moment of your entire life?
Good.
Didn't it fill you to the brim with inner richness?
Sure.
Yes, I know we're supposed to be telling a story, but won't you please indulge me with one more trip back to the memory zone?
Oh, the memory
I would love
zone.
nothing more than to revisit the figurines. Just one more time.
Now remembering when Stanley found all those collectibles. Wait, but what's up here? Oh. Wasn't there something here before? Oh, there was a Stanley here, wasn't there? Oh, okay. Sure thing. One way and one way only.
Here's where it all began. The first collectible.
Oh,
Back
we're
then,
really
we had
gonna
no
collect them
idea of
all
how many
again?
of them we'd find. Sure, it said 6 right there on the screen, but how could we know for certain? We were so innocent. We'll never be like that again, Stanley.
What? Oh, there is more than 6. Is this
And here
change?
was the second Stanlerine.
this
You found this
change?
one all on your own just by poking around behind the boss's office.
Oh.
You did that, Stanley. I'll be honest. Back then, I had no faith in you to find any of them, let
Oh.
alone 6. But you continue to surprise me in all sorts of mundane, unremarkable ways.
Is this change based on the order you find them in? It has to.
Okay, let's do a little quiz.
Oh.
Which of these rooms was the room you found your third
That's
mini
under the
stand?
stairs.
Can you remember?
It was under the
Hey,
stairs.
that's exactly right. It was here, under the stairs. It was the third one. You picked it up, and then after that, you had 3 of them. I'm glad these moments are so crystal clear in your memory, but I shouldn't
remember.
be surprised. After all, science tells us that it's impossible to forget your third time doing anything.
There.
Let's see, what came next? Oh yes, we found a Figley in this pink room. Oh well, I can't actually say I remember being in this room,
Yeah,
but it's
this pink
here in the
room.
memory zone, so it must have happened.
Right. It's in the record, so don't ask who wrote it, but yeah. And then we went to the boxer room. And then the warehouse.
This was the 5th mini-stand, and this one was really something special. It was in the warehouse. I remember it so clearly. In fact, because this one is particularly special to me, I made a little video to commemorate the occasion. Enjoy.
Is it, what? 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 No way. What's that back there? Whoa. It's mini stand number 5. You found it near the cargo lift. Thanks for watching. I'm gonna hire this guy. Right, yep.
Takes you back, doesn't it?
Yeah, it
I
really
spent a lot of
does.
time making that video, but it was 8 minutes I wouldn't have spent on anything else.
Oh, right. The final stand. One last stand.
And then, Stanley, then we came to the last collectible, the final figurine,
this is so
right here
cool.
by the red and blue doors. This memory is the most distinct and clear in my mind, perhaps because
Because
it was the
happened,
one
like,
that happened
10
more
minutes
recently
ago.
than all the others. Who can truly say how the mind works? All I know is that this is the moment where you picked up a Figley and I thought to myself, yes, that's all of them. They're all collected. It was a moment unlike any other. Except for the other moments picking up figurines, which it was exactly
Oh,
like.
no. What? What? What?
And then there was no more, because we've caught up to the present moment. Nothing left to do but move onward into the future. Goodbye, memory zone.
What?
No, I'm not done. I'm not ready to move on. Stop the loading screen. Isn't there some way we can stay here, keep enjoying these figurines? Let's just go backwards. We'll do the memory zone again from the opposite direction. See how that feels.
Right. What? Do it all
Okay, yes,
backwards.
the room with the red and blue doors. I remember this. I must say, of all the figurines we looked at in our initial tour of the memory zone, this one is the most distinct and clear in my
Probably
mind.
'cause it
Let's keep
happened
going.
the
I want
most
more.
recently. What is
And
going
here's
on?
where I made that video. Don't you remember the video we watched?
Oh my god. Come on. Okay. Thank you.
Yes, I love that video.
And then
Still
the
don't
pink
remember
room.
the pink room, Stanley. Still no memory of this one. Good room, though.
Because this one
A solid
didn't happen.
room. These really were a treat to hunt down. You know, if there had been any kind of reward for finding all of these, it really would have muted the intrinsic joy of collecting them. I'm very glad we resisted the temptation. Next one.
Well, we don't remember. It's the boss's room that we didn't do. Well, let me get this one. Really? Come on, man. I want to get more figure.
This was our second Figley. Don't you remember? Yes, I remember it too. The past is truly a wonderful thing. Why does anyone ever choose to leave it? Keep going.
Back to the past.
This is it. The very first one we found in the exhibit where I introduced you to the figlarines. Oh, I want more memories, Stanley. I want to keep going. What else is there? What came before this?
The whole game. What? Oh. The jumping. The jumping came. Oh, can I?
Look, it's the terrible new content that we were originally sold on. I remember hating it back then, but time does put a rosy filter on everything. In fact, I dare say I'm actually quite fond of it now. Look how much fun the past is. I want more. More memories.
I should have saved jumps.
Oh, yes! The two doors! Who could have forgotten that? A classic memory, this one.
Oh, the office.
And before everything else, there was your office. Is there anything else? Was there something that came before your office?
Title
There's something
screen.
I feel I can remember. I can remember.
Loading screen? Unloading screen?
Yes, I'm remembering something now. I remember before this whole story got started. Back then I was different. I used to make big decisions. I was passionate. I was skeptical. I weighed each decision with profound thoughtfulness. And then somewhere along the way, I stopped making decisions. I became lazy, and I came up with a character named Stanley to do my thinking for me.
Oh.
He would make the decisions. He would decide which way to go. I would cheer him on as he collected figurines for no reason.
Because it's
Why
fun.
did I invent Stanley? Was I lonely? Yes, perhaps that's it. Perhaps I needed to imagine I had companionship. And Stanley really did make for a wonderful companion, even if he was a fiction. But I suppose it's grown old. I want to think for myself again. I want to go back to how it used to be. Yes, I can be on my own again. I can do it. I'll be stronger this time. I'll take care of myself. I don't need Stanley anymore. Oh, but he truly was so much fun to play with. You know what? Since we're in the memory zone, how about one more good memory? Let's go back just once and give Stanley one more run of the office, and then I'll retire him for good.
Okay.
I did enjoy telling his story so very much. Okay, here we go.
One for the road?
This is the story of a man named Stanley.
One more. Hello?
Good morning. Thank you for contacting the Future Happiness Foundation. We are confirming your shipment of 1,327 cardboard boxes to your place of work. Can you verify that this is correct? Excellent. Your order will arrive shortly. Thank you again for contacting the Future Happiness Foundation.
Okay. Classic bucket.
The bucket made Stanley want to be a better man and a better co-worker. In time, perhaps, he would become both of those things.
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left.
Where have I not been? I haven't dismantled the machine and turned the mind control back on.
Still
Reboot the
no one
game
was here.
entirely.
Stanley needed the bucket's warmth and comfort now more than ever. Perhaps his boss's office
What?
was where he'd find answers.
I'm gonna get the ending.
Coming to a staircase, Stanley and the bucket walked upstairs to the boss's office. Stepping into his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. But Stanley guessed the correct code by sheer luck. Was it the bucket knew all along?
What?
Was the bucket guiding him?
Oh god, it's
Yes,
gonna be a pain.
this
if I
is
have to
certainly the
reboot
most
entire
logical
game, but we can do it.
explanation.
I'll do it, but I want to get this ending out of sheer curiosity for what happened again, especially with the bucket.
Stanley and the bucket walked straight ahead through the large door that read, Mind Control Facility. The lights rose on an enormous room packed with television screens. What horrible secret did this place hold? Stanley and the bucket both wondered to themselves.
Whop.
The monitors jumped to life, and Stanley nearly dropped the bucket in shock. Everyone in the office was being videotaped, monitored like guinea pigs. The bucket had never seen anything like this, and it very nearly burst into tears as Stanley cradled it gently, reassuring it that everything would be fine. Was the bucket under the mind control facility's influence as well? Had the bucket been told to do things it didn't wish to do? What kinds of things does a bucket want to do or not want to do in the first place? These questions raced furiously in Stanley's feeble mind. No! He screamed into the bucket. He couldn't accept it. His own life in someone else's control, never!
Never.
He squeezed the bucket tighter. His
This
one
bucket's
friend
doing
in the
some shit.
entire world. At this point, he could trust no one except
It's a good
the
bucket.
bucket. But here was the proof. The heart of the operation. Controls
Oh, wait, what
labeled
the
with
fuck
emotions. Happy
No, I can't go
or
up there.
sad or content. Walking, eating, working, all of it monitored and commanded from this very place. And as the cold reality of his past began to sink in, Stanley decided that this machinery would never again exert its terrible power over another human life.
Here for the
For
ending.
he and the bucket would dismantle the controls for good.
The
But at the last second, the bucket jumped in and pressed the button to turn on the controls. Stanley gasped in horror. Had this been the bucket's plan all along?
shit.
To take over the machine and claim the power for itself? How could the bucket have betrayed him like this? Stanley was prepared to throw the bucket away in disgust when suddenly an image appeared upon the enormous screen. Birds.
Oh,
Silly birds.
those are silly
The
birds.
control buttons became active again.
Bird. Bird. Bird.
Stanley flipped through one video of silly birds after another. And then it dawned on him. This wasn't a mind control facility at all. It was a
Silly
facility
bird
for monitoring and surveilling silly birds
Wow.
all over the
Oh
world.
my god. Can I get a
The
job
mind
here,
controls
please?
were only a facade
Oh
to
my God,
disguise
look at that
its
guy.
true intentions. Had the bucket known this all along? Stanley marveled at the metal genius in his hands, the one who had pointed him towards this incredible discovery.
Wow.
Stanley and the bucket never found freedom because they
Whoa.
spent the rest of their lives here in this place,
Oh, shit, they
living
have a-
through live
Whoa.
streams of the silliest birds imaginable.
Got a territory.
Of all the
fight going
possible
down.
paths
Whoa.
his life could have taken, this one was surely the best.
Oh, there they go.
And Stanley was happy.
Pretty good. Oh, hell yeah. Oh. Good ending. Okay. Time to follow the whiteboard's instructions. Give me a second. We're gonna reboot the entire game like it told me to. Crows, crows, crows. There, Davy Redden. That's the one. Wait, is this a different game now? Oh. Current time. It is 10:51. Hang on, hang on. Before we get started, can I just say something? Thank you for actually setting the clock both times you've booted up the game. A lot of people don't take that step seriously. They just leave the clock at 12 and call it a day. But you are actually taking the time to set the clock, and I appreciate that. That's how I know you care about this experience. You're paying attention. I don't even have any way of knowing if the times you're setting are correct. Tell you what, I'll make you a deal. Since you've been so cooperative, next time you boot up the game and see the screen, just set the clock to your favorite time. Go ahead, pick whichever time you want, even if it's not the correct time. You've earned it. Alright, I'll let you get back to your video game now. Alright, well, come on. What's my favorite time? Hmm. Favorite time. Oh, is there... Oh, I don't know if I've actually been doing this right. Oh, I don't think I've been doing this right. I don't think I've been setting the time right. I haven't been paying attention to the AM, PM. But let's be real. There's only one time a day that really matters. After all, I know how much you enjoy setting the time correctly. Okay, now I'm curious how accurate 4:20 is. Let's use another slider to find out. How accurate is 4:20 p.m.? Wildly inaccurate. You know, can I just say, regardless of the accuracy of the clock, I'm having a great time adjusting these settings. I feel like I'm learning more about you and how you like things to be set. It's good to collect data. I wish we had more sliders, but we've gone through all the sliders I have. Perhaps I can invent some new sliders to gather new data on you. Shouldn't be too hard. Let's whip up a couple new ones right now. Should be ready for by the next time you boot up the game. Oh, this... Come on, stop making me reopen the game. I've come far enough. I don't need to... Oh, you again? I think it was around... I mean, that doesn't matter. Okay. Oh, thanks, Davey. Wow, look, they're really friends. Whoa. That is the number 9. Oh, shit. Well, that's not the number 9. That's the word 9. What the fuck? What the fuck, Davey? B. I want to see if that changes the game to make all the B's 9s. Please adjust the slider until you stop adjusting the slider. Thank you. Which of the two made-up words is most appealing to you? Occuboinkle or scrum tush? Wow, those are really good. Boinkle or Scrumtush? I think I'm more of an Boinkle. Personally, Boinkle has got a great mouthfeel, and I don't think I can really pass up over Scrumtush. Scrumtush is good, but it's a little crass. So I'm absolutely Boinkle gang. Oh, Davy. Just a little bit? You know what time it is? Yeah. Is the time that it is right now the correct time? Uh, let me hold on. Let me check. Hold on. I'll check. I'll check the official time. Da, 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 da. On time.gov. It is. No, I'm not reading the correct time on my computer. Exactly. So, what is time anyway? I mean, yeah, you got a good point. Is there anything about yourself that you haven't told me? Plenty. Okay. Yeah. What's going on with the slider guy? Is Davy okay? Does anyone truly know what time it is? Of course they don't. Nobody knows anything. You and I don't even know each other. We're like strangers. Sure, I've adjusted all the game's settings to your exact specifications. But who hasn't? It's just what I do, like a day job. Hi, Nari. And now, the job is over. There's no more information for me to gather. I've collected all the data on you that I can. I still don't really know you. And you don't know me. And none of us know what time it is. I guess some settings are just unsettleable. But if I'm being totally honest, the clock doesn't do anything in this game anyway. You won't have me here when the game starts next time, but that's okay. Video games weren't meant to be played alone. You like being alone, don't you? That's maybe the only information I really learned about you. Well, it's time for me to leave. There is still one more setting that we need to adjust, but it may take a little more time than before. Wait, I'm ready for that. It's not really in my job description, but that's okay. Perhaps you'll see me again if you can find me. Talk soon. Davy, what is this? What are we, Davy? He's fucking gone? Settings man is gone? Wait, epilogue? What the fuck? How many years later? How many times did I hit that skip button earlier? Oh shit, it is the skip button ending. towards the sun, right? Many years. Oh. Whoa. Whoa, shit. What the fuck's happening? What the fuck is happening? Ah! What does this have to do with any of the rest of the game? On Mars, apparently. Whoa, oh shit, it's the memory zone! The memory zone! I'm going back in time, that's got a generator! We're good! Holy shit, it's fucking, oh shit, we're going back to the sequel, baby! Back to the Future 2. Oh shit, Cookie 9! Cookie 9, he came back! Like so many, I enjoyed my time with the original Stanley Parable, which underscores how truly disappointed I am with its sequel. Where the first game teemed with originality, the Stanley Parable 2 is dull, uninspired, and often insulting to its fanbase. Rather than expand on what made the first game enjoyable, the sequel veers off into territory nobody asked for, an infinitely deep hole? Who cares? Where are the new endings? What about enjoyable bits from the Stanley Parable 1, like Adventure Line? Instead, we get an uninspired side quest collecting figurines. Even this diversion feels incomplete. Collecting all the figurines doesn't even give you anything. I must say, though, I found the bucket to be quite comforting, a welcome reprieve from... What is this? Cat dog born. I made them friends and I got the cat dog to finally be born. Stanley Parable developers, no more spin-offs, no more sequels. When the Stanley Parable launched to a massive success in 2013, its creators made plans to build the property into an entire franchise. But a disastrous critical and commercial reception to the Stanley Parable 2 has prompted the developers to rethink their ambitions, as outlined in a press release they published today. It's clear that Stanley Parable is just not what the fans want. Oh, it's clear that more Stanley Parable is just not what the fans want, reads the press release. We thought that we had a vision for the series that players would be excited about, yet it turns out could not have been further from the truth. The press release goes on to promise The press release goes on to promise to preserve the artistic integrity of the original game, and to stop assaulting fans with our reckless and insulting creative visions. The word sorry appears more than 25 times in the press release. Get on the green. Buttons.
Jim.
I remember who I am. Is there more? I swear one of these is gonna say something.
Jim.
They all say...
Jim.
They all say Jim. Just gotta double check. Just gotta...
Jim. Stanley. Jim. Stanley.
Can I collect all the figurines again one last time? Oh, here we go. Ain't that a... Oh, ain't that a hoot. Man, I'm gonna get so many figurines. Who knows how many there really are. Thank you for enjoying the new content. It was pretty good. It was good new content. That was Davey, that was good stuff. Oh. Is it? Can you let me out though? Can you, Stanley? Or Davey? Anybody? Narrator? Anyone? Can I? Oh, here we go. Settings. I knew it would be you. Nice to see you. But it's terrible to learn that there will never be another Stanley Parable game. Did you read what the developer said? Preserve the integrity of the franchise? What nonsense. Stanley Parable is not sacred. We do not need to protect it. Screw the legacy. Let's keep making Stanley Parable games until the sun explodes. Let's run this franchise into the ground. Let's drag it through the mud and back. And if the people hate it, who cares? You see, that was the narrator's problem. He was so obsessed with what the people thought of his work. Don't make his mistake. Don't cling to the legacy. Let it burn. It's not hard. In fact, let me show you. Together we are going to make the Stanley Parable 3. It's simple. All we do is change the number in the game's title screen. We also need a really dumb subtitle for the game, something loud and gaudy. Go ahead. Try combining some random words together to make a new title for our game. Oh, shit. Stanley Parable 3. Book of the content. Expired swimming pool. Grilled computer virus. Grilled pirate. Book of the pirate. Stanley Parable 3. The narrator reads you the One Piece manga for 20 hours. Book of the content. I do like expired content. That's some content right there. Stanley Parable 3, Book of the Content. Every time you restart the game, we'll advance the number of the sequel by 1, and then we'll pick a new subtitle. That way, the Stanley Parable will never end. And nothing in the game itself will change when you do this either. Adding more content sounds like work. No need to do that. It'll just be the same content recycled again and again and again with a new title screen. What do you say? Should we go forward with this plan? I like it, but I want you to have a say. Well, let's do it. Good, then it's agreed. A new sequel every time you start the game. You know what? Since you've put faith in my idea, I feel like giving you something as well. You see, I'm noticing that the narrator never found a way to give you the broken achievement, did he? Of course not. I wouldn't expect him to know how. It's been bothering me. Let's fix it. Alright then. The achievement machine is all fixed. You see? I'm on your side. We're in this together. We're going to keep this train rolling. The Stanley Parable cannot end. It can only spiral in on itself forever. What games? What games are we? Someone name names. Someone name names of games. I must keep the wheel turning. I'm ready. Are you ready? Great. There's only one last thing we need to do. Enter the time. It is 11:11. Please adjust the slider until the computer is a FIFA. It's true. Oh my god, I saw a brief interview the other day with someone who does quality assurance for the new NBA game. And I was like, even the interviewer was like, do you do quality assurance on those games? Do you need to assure the new NBA games? Holy shit, I'm playing the Stanley Parable. This is the thumbnail I've ever seen. Oh shit. I'm playing it. I'm playing the Stanley Parable 3 Book of the Content. Welcome to new content.
This is the story of a man named Stanley. Stanley worked for a company in a big building where he was employee number 427. Employee number 427's job was simple. He sat at his desk in room 427 and he pushed buttons on a keyboard. Orders came to him through a monitor on his desk, telling him what buttons to push, how long to push them, and in what order. This is what employee 427 did every day of every month of every year. And although others might have considered it soul-rending, Stanley relished every moment that the orders came in.
He's just like
though
me.
he had been made exactly.
It's crazy
this
how
job.
we're the same person.
And Stanley was
I'm him.
And then one day, something very peculiar happened. Something that would forever change Stanley.
Content.
Something he would never quite forget. He had been at his desk for nearly an hour when he realized that not one single order had arrived on the monitor for him to follow. No one had showed
What
up to
could
give him
possibly be different?
instructions, call a meeting, or even say hi. Never in all his years at the company had this happened, this complete isolation. Something was very clearly wrong. Shocked, frozen solid, Stanley found himself unable to move for the longest time. But as he came to his wits and regained his senses, he got up from his desk and stepped out of his office.
Is the phone ringing?
All of his co-workers were gone.
Oh.
What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Oh, fit the velvet rope.
Not everyone is so lucky to have a bucket, but Stanley is a very lucky fellow. Very lucky indeed.
Okay. Monday. I hate. Oh wait, that. What?
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left.
Was I? Should I have done the? Should I have done the new content? Oh wait, I want to check the white. Oh wait, the whiteboards are.
Still
What?
no one was here. Stanley needed the
Wait, is
bucket's warmth and comfort now more than ever. Perhaps his boss's office was where he'd find answers.
It would be a good pub. It would be a great
Coming
pub.
to a staircase, Stanley and the bucket walked
I feel like I
upstairs
should
to
have
the
done the new
boss's
content,
office.
but let's. I don't think I've taken the bucket down to this route.
But Stanley just couldn't do it. He considered the possibility of facing his boss, admitting he had left his post during work hours. He might be fired for that. And in such a competitive economy, why had he taken that risk? All because he believed everyone had vanished? His boss would think he was crazy. And then something occurred to Stanley. Maybe, he thought to himself, maybe I am
Oh,
crazy.
it didn't change the.
He looked down at
I
the
was
bucket in
hoping
his
if I had
arms.
set the
Am
slider.
I crazy? He asked the bucket.
When I
The
set the
bucket
slider
returned his
of what
gaze, but said
the
nothing at
9
all.
was, I set it to
That's
B, and I was
strange,
hoping
Stanley
it would
thought.
change all
Usually
those
the
Bs
bucket is
to
a source
9s.
of guidance and wisdom for me in difficult times such as these.
Like that one.
He held the bucket close, yet felt none of its familiar reassurance and comfort. And that's when Stanley realized, this isn't my bucket. It's just a normal, everyday bucket. Someone else's bucket, perhaps. How did I end up with someone else's bucket? This is all terribly wrong. Surely no good would come from this.
My
Who knows
bucket.
what sorts of bizarre hallucinations Stanley might experience without the psychologically grounding presence of his bucket.
What?
And indeed, now he noticed that the rooms were repeating, which was, of course, very odd. And now he felt himself floating off the ground.
Oh, boo, it's just the same ending.
Without my bucket, I've gone truly mad. Where is it? I must find it.
Oh, fuck,
Far
wait, it's
off
not
in the
the same.
distance now, he heard it, calling to him.
Stanley! Stanley, it's
the
me!
bucket.
The bucket!
Could it truly be? He rushed forward from room to room, passing by one bucket after the next.
Wait, you're
None
not my
of them
bucket.
were his.
No,
None of
wait,
them were
that's
his special bucket.
the way mine has a sticker.
Me,
Wait,
Stanley.
oh god.
Find me!
He had to find the bucket. He had
Fuck,
to return to his old
Oh,
friend.
wait,
It
that
was
was-
the only way
oh,
to truly
God.
restore his sanity. And then suddenly,
no.
he froze
Wait,
dead
these
in
are
his
different
tracks.
buckets.
He knew where the voice of the bucket had been coming from. The real bucket was inside of him all along.
I am the
It was
bucket.
incredibly painful. Stanley doubled over in agony
that my-
and blacked
Is that
out.
my bucket?
This is the story of a woman named Mariella.
Mariella. Right.
Mariella woke up on a day like any other. She arose, got dressed, picked up her bucket of comfort and security, and walked to her place of
Oh,
work.
shit.
But on this particular day, her walk was interrupted by the body of a man who had stumbled through town, talking and screaming to himself, and then collapsed dead on the sidewalk. Right away, she knew what the problem was. This man had no bucket. Of course, he'd gone mad, ranting and raving about a narrator describing all of his actions and how everything is predetermined and free will is an illusion and it's all just a video game. It could all have been prevented if only he'd taken
Just
his
goes
bucket
mad.
with him. Perhaps
That's
he
possible.
didn't even realize he'd forgotten his bucket
Possible
at
he
home in
goes
the first
mad.
place. How cruel the world can be,
Someone
Mariella
will.
thought, and she hugged her own bucket even tighter. But of course, she had no time for this.
I'm glad
There
you all
were
could
a
make it here
myriad
in
of
one
confusing
piece.
problems she would soon have to confront at work, for which her bucket would provide absolute guidance and total clarity on everything. Heck yes, she thought to herself, my life kicks ass.
Need
And she
fuck, I should get a
backflipped all the
bucket.
way to work.
The end is never the end, is never the end, is never the end, is never the end.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. It takes a lot of humility to carry a bucket
All
so
right, new content.
magnificent. Stanley checked
bucket.
his ego and then proceeded onward.
How long
You
is
see,
this out?
Stanley,
Oh.
I've been reflecting on the Stanley parable and about how roundly disappointing this ultra deluxe version has
I got
turned
the
out to
bucket
be.
now.
The original Stanley parable was a landmark, and any new content for it should live up to that legacy. So forget this ultra deluxe nonsense. I say we take it one step even further. Which is why I'm very proud to announce for the first time ever the Stanley Parable 2.
Oh, the machine. The machine's on.
Yes, you see, isn't this far superior to a measly re-release with a few minor additions? Think of all the new territory we'll cover with a fully fledged sequel. An entirely new experience, built from the ground up. Why, there are so many possibilities. It could go in so many different directions. This is what fans have truly been asking for. Now, to be clear, I haven't quite nailed down what exactly
Holy
the
shit,
Stanley
I can
Parable
finally
2 is
get the
going to be.
achievement.
But let's take a look at some of the features
Finally.
I've been developing for it.
After
I
all
figure
these
that
years.
if I can loosely
It
organize
took
a
almost
handful
10
of
years.
interesting concepts,
could
then surely
finally
the
get
game will
the
sort of
unachievable
naturally
achievement.
spring up around them. Here we are. Go
Uh,
on, try out some of the new features.
Can I get 2 buckets, actually? Hold on. 2 buckets actually might be better than getting the achievement. Or can I put it back?
Wait, there are 2 buckets here. How did you get a second bucket? Oh no, the warmth and comfort of a single bucket is already so great, so intoxicatingly wonderful. With 2 buckets, there's no telling. Stanley, can you still hear me? Are you with me?
Oh, shit.
Stanley! Oh, thank God, I didn't lose you. Stanley, the power of 2 buckets was too
Come on,
much.
man.
I had to destroy
How
both
much
of
harm
them.
could I possibly do?
I know how much the bucket meant to you, but I couldn't take the risk. I hope one day you can forgive me.
Bye, Nari. Thanks for coming by. Sleep well. I don't even get my singular bucket back. I have really fucked up. I tried the double dip. And, oh boy. Where was the thingy? Oh, easy achievements. That's what I'm here for. It just works.
Now,
it
here's
just
something special.
works.
You remember that broken test achievement that got left in the game on accident? Well, I'm developing a technology to simply give you the achievement. Yes. You see, you'll come to this lever, and when you
It's
pull it,
called
the achievement will be
piece.
given to you.
Oh, but
It's
what
as
about two
simple as
pieces
that.
of the one piece? I'm telling you, this is how we do a sequel. There's double the treasure somewhere else. Yeah! I got
As
it!
you can see, the machine is not working yet since... What? Wait, what in the holy hell is going on? You got the achievement? Why did the machine work? Stanley, I didn't fix it. I didn't do anything to it. I swear, it was broken just a second ago. Who fixed it? Is someone here? Are we being watched? Oh, God. Composure, composure. Yes, as you can see, the machine is working as normal, as I intended. What else? What other exhibits haven't we seen yet?
Oh, the figurines? Well, the jump circle, but I used all my jumps way too early. I used all my jumps immediately.
You know what? Let's bring the jump circle back for Stanley Parable 2 as well. Oh, wait. You already spent all your jumps the first time we saw the jump circle.
Just give me, like...
Oh, well.
Give me, like, 3?
I suppose it can just be a nice decorative
Oh,
piece,
fuck
then.
you. I'll go fall in the infinite pit. Maybe it's definitely infinite this time.
Stanley, here's an idea that I'm truly fond of. It's never been done before in a video game. This is, in fact, a hole that you can fall down
I
forever.
don't remember that the
That's
first
right.
time.
Infinite fall.
I don't know if that joke
You
hit as
can
hard.
fall until the end of time, if you like. A stunning leap forward for... You see? Isn't it wonderful? One of my more ingenious concoctions, if I do say so. Now then, since you've gotten to see the infinite hole, you can press the teleport button to pop back up to the top, and we can continue onward.
Is it really infinite this time?
Now, I don't mean to be a bummer, but I do recommend you use the teleport button to go back to the top. Maybe do it on the sooner rather than later spectrum of things.
No, it's the same.
Okay, Stanley, I don't know quite how to say this tactfully, but it's possible that I slightly exaggerated the infinite nature of the hole. Is it a very, very deep hole?
It is, yeah.
To be certain it is. It's an extremely deep hole. I don't want anyone to say that it isn't an astonishingly deep hole. It is. Is it infinite? Well, that sort of depends on your definition of infinity. From one perspective, the infinite is merely philosophical in nature. It's more of a... Okay, well, good for you. You found the bottom of the hole.
Okay,
You
it doesn't
found me
work,
out,
okay.
Stanley. I'm a liar and a cheat, and you're so clever. Look,
Yay.
I think the issue here is just that you're unusually fascinated by falling. What normal person actually wants to fall infinitely? I figured the hole was as deep as anyone would actually need. Don't you put this on me. Maybe you're the problem. Look, things got a little heated there. I think we both said some things we didn't mean. Why don't we just put all this behind us and agree to just call the hole mostly
I'm glad I've made my
infinite?
point a second
If that
time.
works for you, then go ahead and press the teleport button to warp up to the top of the
Much
hole and we can move
willing
on.
to do
I'll
so.
just be up here when you're ready. Great. Now,
Cool.
I'm very excited to show you even more of my ideas for the sequel.
Well, I mean the figurines, but what about the... Do I really care about the gym button? I don't feel like the gym button's gonna have anything if the figurines don't. Oh! Wait, the new hole? Ah, mostly infinite hole. Oh, that's new. The new one. This thing. Oh, wait. Settings World Champion. You're telling me I still can't... Come on. Is it in the settings now? What does that mean? Do I have to, like, mess with every setting? I'm not gonna try that. I'm not gonna mess with every setting, attempting to get the Settings World Champion.
An epilogue would be fun, wouldn't it, Stanley? Yes, yes, it would go at the end of the, well, we'll figure that out later.
Oh.
For the Stanley Parable 2, I asked myself, what do players really want? And of course, the first and most obvious answer is that they want to be individually recognized. Sorry, I should have clarified. Right now, the button only says the name Jim. But of course, in the final game, this button will say your name, whatever name that is. Here, let's have you role-play as Jim to really simulate the full experience of this feature.
I never left the persona.
Just play
You never
along.
told me to.
I promise you'll love it.
I've been Jim the whole time.
Here we go.
Since
Let's take
pushing
a
this
deep
button.
breath, clear your mind, forget whoever you are, and simply become a person named Jim.
Jim.
Whoa, hold on. I wasn't finished setting up the backstory. If you don't properly roleplay as Jim, then you'll never understand the impact of this button. Otherwise, it's just a stupid button that says somebody else's name.
Okay.
Okay, we're doing it again, and this time let me finish first. Now, allow yourself to become Jim.
Jim.
Imagine yourself driving to work as Jim, playing frisbee on the weekends as Jim, staying up all night for a popcorn and horror movie sleepover as Jim, developing a crippling substance addiction as Jim, rediscovering yourself through fringe religious groups as Jim, and finally dying a slow death at an old age, surrounded by members of your cult as Jim. Do you feel it in your soul? Are you really, truly Jim right now?
Jim.
All right, fine, whatever. It's just a meaningless button that says Jim. Are you happy now? Get out of here. I'm done with this button. Why don't you go humiliate me in front of a different feature that I worked very hard on?
Okay.
Maybe I'll only let people named Jim play the Stanley Parable 2.
That's a really good idea.
They would appreciate what I've created here.
This part?
Okay, I'll be honest, I haven't yet decided on this one. I think that in the new version, the office could use a bit of decoration, like balloons. But I'm undecided on Get Well Someday and Happy 12th Birthday. Which would you go with?
Well, I picked Stepniece. Are we gonna double fake out, or are we gonna...
You know, sometimes when you solicit another person's opinion, it makes you realize that you knew which one you actually really wanted all along. Happy 12th birthday, step-niece, it is.
That's a good one.
Or actually, maybe I should have gone with... No, I've made my decision, we're moving on.
So what is...
Calling it the Stanley Parable 2 is just so much catchier than Ultra Deluxe, don't you think?
Plot.
Ultra Deluxe? What does it even mean? But all right, have you seen everything you wanted to? Ready to move on now?
Oh, the new mug. I've seen
So,
this
Stanley,
bit.
what do you think? Do you like all of the new
What is
features?
it?
Yes, I
Oh,
know it's not exactly
do I need to
clear
reboot
yet
the
how
game
exactly
again?
these features will come together as one single coherent video game, but I can feel it in my soul. It's going to work. There's definitely a good game in there somewhere. Say, let's do an experiment. I'll arrange these new features together, and we'll see whether or not it coheres into a meaningful gameplay experience. Okay. Are you ready? Here it is. I give you the Stanley Parable 2.
It's as beautiful as the first day I saw it.
Well, I mean, there's potential here, right? It's
Surely.
sort of... Okay, never mind. Hold on. Let me do a different arrangement. Okay, yes, this is much better. I feel good about this. Here we go. Version 2.
Still good. Not as clean as the first, but still
Who am I
getting
kidding,
there.
Stanley? This isn't a coherent video game at all. It's a lot of gags. And I do very much enjoy creating gags, but they don't add up to anything. I wanted more than anything to create a sequel that would capture all the magic of the first game. I wanted fans to love it. No matter how good these gags are, they won't stand on their own. They would need the structure and the gameplay of the original. Wait. Maybe that's it. I can take the original Stanley Parable and simply, well, insert a few of my new features into it. Tastefully, of course. With respect. With care for the vision and integrity of the original game. Would it possibly work? I suppose it could. But it would need a really, really tremendous title screen. A title screen that says with bold and uncompromising conviction, "This is the Stanley Parable 2. Let me see if I can whip something up. All right, perfect. Go ahead. Take a look.
Huh. Well, I wonder if there was another place that said New Hole and I didn't check far enough. But I'm gonna try rebooting it to see if it does another thing. Oh my god, it's really doing it. Shit. I might have missed it. Maybe I can get back there, because apparently there's more game here. No more Tuesday. Oh my god, no more Tuesday. Hold on, I gotta get a little screenshot of that. That's awesome. Terrible. Oh, dude. What the fuck is going on with this game?
This is the... All of his
Balloon.
co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room.
Stanley cradled the bucket in a gentle embrace. Protective, yet delicate. Assertive, yet compassionate.
Let's go check the expo hall again, I guess. If I can't find new infinite hole... then I don't know. Fuck.
You see, Stanley, I've been reflecting on the Stanley Parable and about how roundly disappointing this Ultra Deluxe version has turned out to be. The original Stanley Parable was a landmark, and any new content for it should live up to that legacy. So forget this Ultra Deluxe nonsense. I say we take it one step even further. Which is why I'm very proud to announce for the first time ever, the Stanley Parable 2.
What a reveal.
Yes, you see, isn't this far superior to a measly re-release with a few minor additions? Think of all the new territory we'll cover with a fully fledged sequel. An entirely new experience, built from the ground up. Why, there are so many possibilities. It could go in so many different directions.
Because I tried to be greedy with the bucket.
This is what fans have truly been asking for. Now, to be clear, I haven't quite nailed down what exactly the Stanley Parable 2 is going to be, but let's take a look at some of the features I've been developing for it. I figure that if I can loosely organize a handful of interesting concepts, that surely the game will sort of naturally spring up around them.
I'm getting greedy with the bucket.
Go on, try out some of the new features.
Oh, can I get the achievement again? Well, first, new hole.
Stanley, here's an idea that I'm truly fond of. It's never been done before in a video game. This is, in fact, a hole that you can fall down forever. That's right. Infinite falling. You can fall until the end of time, if you like. A stunning leap forward for video games as a medium. You see, isn't it wonderful? One of my more ingenious concoctions, if I do say so. Now then, since you've gotten to see the infinite hole, you can press the teleport button to pop back up to the top, and we can continue onward. Now, I don't mean to be a bummer, but I do recommend you use the teleport button to go back to the top. Maybe do it on the sooner rather than later spectrum of things. Okay, Stanley, I don't know quite how to say this tactfully, but it's possible that I slightly exaggerated the infinite nature of the hole. Is it a very, very deep hole?
Yes.
To be certain it is. It's an extremely deep hole. I don't want anyone to say that it isn't an astonishingly deep hole. It is. Is it infinite? Well, that sort of depends on your definition of infinity. From one perspective, the infinite is merely philosophical in nature. It's more of a... Okay, well, good for you. You found the bottom of the hole. You found me out, Stanley. I'm a liar and a cheat, and you're so clever. Look, I think the issue here is just that you're unusually fascinated by falling. What normal person actually wants to fall infinitely? I figured the hole was as deep as anyone would actually need. Don't you put this on me. Maybe you're the problem.
Where's the skip button that they talk so much about for the sequel?
Things got a little heated there. I think we both said some things.
Keep forgetting this isn't the sequel.
Why don't we just put all
this is Stanley Parable 4
and agree to just call the hole
No More Tuesday?
Infinite.
Isn't that what I went with?
If that works for you, then go ahead and press the teleport button to warp up to the top of the hole and we can move on. I'll just be up here when you're ready. Great. Now, I'm very excited to show you even more of my ideas for the sequel.
No.
Oh, for heaven... You see, I was right. The problem is you. The problem is that you like holes too much. Not normal. A normal person would have said, yep, that's an infinite hole right there. Goes on forever till the end of time. Don't need to see it all, but not you. Oh, no, no,
Is it getting shorter?
No. You have a weird sort of... Oh. Did the hole seem even shorter to you this time?
Yeah.
I couldn't help but feel like you spent a little less time in there than you did before. I mean, admittedly, I didn't make an infinite hole, but I didn't think it was that not infinite. Well, I suppose once again there's nothing to do here. If you decide you've had enough of the hole, you can hit the teleport button and come join me up above. Had enough? I'm positively thrilled.
Oh no, I slipped.
I really do have scosh. How could I have guessed? You're back in the hole. If this starts to become a thing where... Wow. Okay. Yes. I'm starting to become extremely certain that the hole is not only not infinite, but that it's growing steadily less and less infinite. I suspect that I'm starting to hit the point where it's no longer feasible to call the hole infinitely deep, even by the lax overall standards for accountability and marketing. What's going on here? Stanley, I have no explanation for the uncertain nature of the hole's length. Here, let's try something. Let's pop back up to the top, and we'll see if it gets any shorter. Well, there it is. The shame of my lie has come to haunt me. Not only is the hole not infinite, but it's bare. How is this still appealing to you? I know you're obsessed with holes, but at this depth, I just can't see this scratching the itch. Oh, who am I to judge?
Still a drop.
You just do whatever it is you're here to do and hit the teleport button when you're ready to move on.
Nope.
No,
it's not.
Is the, teleport button not working?
Can you just drop me a little staircase?
Sure? Well, I mean, I really don't have an explanation. Still nothing? Well, I suppose there is one thing I can do to fix this. I'm out. Goodbye, Stanley.
What?
You couldn't bear to be away from the hole, and now you'll get more time with it than you could ever have asked for.
Oh, wait,
it's
hold
a
on.
win for everyone. You get to be with the hole.
still wanna play
I
the
get to
game.
do literally anything else. Take care, Stanley. I hope you and the hole have a wonderful rest.
Wait, no. It's not working. What? Oh, it's going down. What is happening? Oh, okay. Whoa! Whoa! Okay. Yeah! Heavy rain intro. Now it's a rhythm game? What is happening? What the fuck is going on? Change my reality. What? Excuse me? What the fuck is happening? What the fuck? What?
Stanley? Stanley! Oh, good, you're awake. It It seems you had sort of dozed off
Thanks,
there,
Davey.
drifting away into dreamland. But we can't have that, Stanley, because this hole is just so darn fascinating that I want you to be wide awake for every second of it. You don't want to miss a single moment. So how about if I just pop in from time to time and wake you up to keep you really, truly focused on the hole?
Sure.
From the looks of things, you and I will have many, many years here in this hole, and I'm looking forward to all of them. Stay alert, Stanley. I'll be back. Toodlepip.
The bucket could get me out of this. The bucket could save me from all of this. Oh, that's the insanity ending. Dear God.
Here we are. Go on. Try out some of the new features.
What am I missing? What if I get the achievement again?
Now, here's something special. You remember that broken test achievement that got left in the game on accident? Well, I'm developing a technology to simply give you the achievement. Yes. You see, you'll come to this lever, and when you pull it, the achievement will be given to you. It's as simple as that. As you can see, the machine is not working yet since... What? Wait. What in the holy hell is going on? You got the achievement? Why did the machine work? Stanley, I didn't fix it. I didn't do anything to it. I swear, it was broken just a second ago. Who fixed it? Is someone here? Are we being watched? Oh, God. Composure. Composure. Yes, as you can see, the machine is working as normal. And what else? What other exhibits haven't we seen yet?
Done with that. God, I want to see Settings World Champion. I don't know how to do it, though. I don't really want to dig through all the settings to find out. Alright, I think, what if I play the epilogue now? Again? Have I run out of game? Feeling it was a little anticlimactic. Well, because I came back just to get the test achievement? I don't understand what I do now. I rebooted the game and nothing happened. So if nothing happens after playing the epilogue again... This game got a lot longer than I anticipated it would ever get. Damn, is it apparently loud? Damn, is it apparently really fucking loud? This is all the same. I'm very confused. Oh, these guys aren't even here. Hello again. Nice to see you. But it's terrible to learn that there will never be a spare game. Preserve the integrity. What nonsense. Stanley Parable is sacred. It's not sacred, we don't need to protect it. Screw the legacy. Keep making game until the sun explodes. Let's run this franchise on the ground, let's drag it through the mud back. What if people hate it and who cares? See, the narrator's problem, he's obsessed with people. Don't make it a mistake, don't cling to the legacy, don't let it burn. It's not hard, in fact, let's show you. Together we're going to make Stanley Parable 5. Simple, all we do is change the number on the title screen. We also need a really dumb subtitle, something loud and gaudy. Go ahead, make up a subtitle. Half employee, half monkeys. It's great. Cool. Let's not.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean?
I feel like
Stanley
I'm knocking
decided
on
to
the
go
door
to the
or
meeting
something,
room.
but I have no idea.
Stanley's bucket. The only co-worker he would ever truly need.
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left.
Is there anything I haven't done? Oh, blue door. Oh,
This
but I
was
can't
not
go to
the
blue
correct
door with
way
the
to
bucket.
meeting room, but Stanley had felt the bucket calling to him, telling him that the employee lounge was simply the place to be. And here it was. Had the bucket turned out to be correct? No, never mind. The bucket was wrong. Stanley took the door on his left to go back to the meeting room.
No,
Said the bucket.
No.
don't go to the meeting room. Go somewhere else. The cargo lift.
But Stanley feared that any path he walked might lead to the separation of himself and the bucket, his dearest friend. So he threw himself to his death, that they might die in one another's arms. How deeply touching.
Okay.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply
Am I
missed a
done?
memo.
Am I done with the game?
When Stanley came to a set of
I'm
two
so
open doors, this was
confused.
not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it. Wow, yes, this room. But eager to get back to business, Stanley took the first open door on his left.
Oh no. Blue door. Blue door.
Stanley was so bad at following directions, it's incredible he wasn't fired years ago. Look, Stanley, I think perhaps we've gotten off on the wrong foot here. I'm not your enemy, really, I'm not. I realize that investing your trust in someone else can be difficult, but the fact is that the story has been about nothing but you all this time. There's someone you've been neglecting, Stanley.
What? Really? I was in the middle of something. Do you have zero consideration for others? Are you that convinced that I want something bad to happen to you? Why, I don't know how to convince you of this, but I really do want to help you, to show you something beautiful. Look,
Blue
let me prove
door.
it. Let me prove that I'm on your side. Give me a chance. Now listen carefully, this
Blue
is
door.
important. Stanley walked through the red door.
Holy shit, I'd never even noticed. These doors are literally like me. Literally me.
Aha, perhaps you
Oh,
misunderstood.
blue door.
Stanley walked through the red door. I still don't think we're communicating properly.
Blue door.
Stanley walked... All right, fine, go ahead, Stanley. You want to know so badly what's out there? You want to find out what lies at the end of this road you've chosen? Well, don't let me stop you. You see?
Nothing.
There's nothing here. I haven't even finished building this section of the map, because you were never supposed to be here in the first place. Broken rooms, exposed developer textures. Is this what you had wanted? Was it worth ruining the entire story I had written out specifically for you?
Yeah.
Do you not think I put a lot of time into that? Because I did. And in the end, it was all for nothing. Because this is what you wanted to see. Help me here, Stanley. Help elucidate these strange and unknowable desires of yours. What would have made this game better? What did you want to see? Vehicles? Skill trees? Work with me. You've given me absolutely nothing so far. Tell you
A
what,
rhythm game would
let
have
me
been
take a
cool.
stab
Like an
in the
actual
dark
rhythm
at a new
game? That would've been
design,
kinda
and you can
fun.
give me
Maybe
some
like a
feedback.
platformer?
There we go. A third option. This already feels leaps ahead of where we were before. Go ahead, Stanley. Take it. Okay.
Oh, yeah,
I'm going to
that's-
stop you
yeah.
there. Now, tell me about your experience with this new version. Would you say that the game benefited from allowing you more choices? Feel free to be honest. I'm looking for some real critical feedback here. Okay, so we're getting somewhere. Clearly there's something here that speaks to you. If I can be honest here, I really don't have any idea where I'm going with this. This whole third door thing was just a stab in the dark. But I guess you're into it, so let's keep this party train rolling. Here, based on the data from your previous playthrough, I've compiled a new version. And to be perfectly candid, I think I've knocked it out of the park with this one. Let's take a look.
Whoa. Oh shit, who's on the leaderboard? Wait, what? Where am I? Wait, is this gonna... Oh. That's not true. That's not true. Third option, please.
Now, would you say that competitive leaderboard helped you feel motivated to keep walking through doors? Again, honest answers, please.
No.
Hey, I nearly forgot. I've got a prototype of a new game I've been working on, and now would be a lovely opportunity to give it some playtesting. You wouldn't mind taking a look at it, would you? Perfect. Let me boot it up.
Give me...
In this game, the baby crawls left towards danger. You click the button to move him back to the right, and if he reaches the fire, you fail. It's a very meaningful game, all about the desperation and tedium of endlessly confronting the demands of family life. I think the art world will really take notice. But of course, the message of the game only becomes clear once you've been playing it for about 4 hours. So why don't you give it 4 hours of play to make sure
I've
it's
been playing
effective?
for 4 hours
Be sure
already.
to keep notes on your experience.
This is real parenting. This is just what real parenting is like for the first, I don't know, how many years? What happens if you actually play this for 4 hours?
You heartless bastard.
Yeah.
Did you do it because you hate babies or purely to spite me? Because if it's the latter, well, I don't know what to do. I'm completely out of ideas. I can't think of a single thing that might improve the experience for me. I'm not even going to try. I'm out. I'm done. It's
You boot up
over.
another game for me?
Thank you for playing. Your input was extremely valuable. Oh, hey, since my game was so awful, why don't we play someone else's game? Just to ease the pain.
Please?
Let's see. What do we have here? Yes, this seems like it'll work. Let's give it a shot.
Oh. Oh, I love this game.
Fascinating. What do you think this game is about, Stanley? What's our backstory? What is our motivation?
I think we are a Firewatch
But it
volunteer.
seems obvious to me that you
lookout.
are meant to play as a creepy man, spying on innocent civilians below you from up high in your creep tower. Perhaps for some sort of twisted, erotic purpose.
Well, there is that one mission.
Yes, that must be it. What a fascinating venture into the experience of total mental depravity. So far, I love everything about this game,
Firewatch is
Stanley.
Firewatch.
And it seems there's even more. Come, let's venture outward and see what else is out there.
The Minecraft door. Wait, is that literally... Oh, okay. I thought that was just literally... Is that a gun? You hear a gun go off? I love this game.
Oh, no.
Firewatch,
it
good
can't
game.
be.
It's a walking sim, much like this one, but good game.
It is. It's an open world game. Good God, quickly, block it off.
Oh, come on.
Oh, thank goodness, Stanley. What a close call. You nearly wandered off into that thing. That big
There's a
open,
gap.
just wandering around, no right or wrong directions, no path to follow. You can just go in any... Oh, thank heavens we avoided it. We're out of the woods now, Stanley. Okay, I'm going to get us out of here.
No, come
Let's
on.
find
Oh,
another
I
game.
can squeeze through that.
Preferably something with walls. Something with nice, big, insurmountable walls.
Like a...
Okay, I think
Like a battle
this
royale?
will be just the thing.
Oh.
Wonderful.
Rock-
See, this is exactly
okay,
what I had
yeah.
in mind. Just a nice big box for you to run around in. There isn't any possibility that you could get lost here. Now this is game design.
Yeah.
Stanley, if you manage to get lost in this game, I will be phenomenally
Where am I?
impressed. Okay, so what exactly do we do here? Let's see. There are lots of cars here in the back, but obviously there's no racetrack. Okay, I'm seeing that there's a ball of some kind back here. Is this game sports ball?
Is this a sport
Stanley,
ball?
I think it's sports ball. Oh, what fun. We shall run the bases and do a touchdown together.
Hell yeah.
Yes, I think surely we must.
I love
Okay, Stanley,
sports.
here's the ball. Have fun.
Oh my god, I walked so far. For the blue team. Oh, this is the same choice, isn't it? But I'm on blue, so I'm picking orange. And it makes so I don't have to turn around. Oh, okay, I can kick it.
Are you doing it? Are you winning? Is this fun? Is it better than my miserable little
Oh, it
story that I
fell
worked
down.
so hard on? Stanley, I have a thought. And I realize I'm not a sportsologist, but if one ball generates a certain amount
Wait,
of raw adrenal pleasure, then surely
It made it fall
multiple
down.
balls makes for an even more
Oh, hell
euphoric
yeah.
sports experience. I'm going to try it out. Here comes another ball. Yes! Oh goodness, that really does feel amazing, doesn't it? Stanley, I'm like a child in a confectionery shop. I simply have to have more. I'm insatiable. More balls!
Hell yeah. Now we're talking. This is my kind of sport.
Are you enjoying this, Stanley?
Yeah, a little
Are you
bit.
having fun? Is this a real video game?
Well, I sure hope you're having a good time, because guess what? It's over.
What?
That's right.
No.
Your little fun comes to an end. This is my game, and what I say goes. You get to have fun when I let you, Stanley. Besides, you need someone like me to set boundaries for you. Without rules or boundaries, video games are nothing. Yes, that's what I am. I'm structure. I'm your sense of purpose. And since you decided you didn't want to play my game, now I don't want to play with you either. So, goodbye, Stanley. Hold on. What are you doing? Stanley, don't do that. I can't follow you there. I can't help you. How will you write a story without me? You can't do it. You know that. Stanley, come back. You still have so much...
Oh, shit. Oh. Oh, beta version. This is like the back rooms, huh? We're doing back rooms now? Back room Stanley? Back to the office. Why do I feel like I've seen this version? I feel like I've been here before.
I wonder what he found. If what he wanted was to be the leading man in his own story, well, perhaps he's gotten it. Down in wherever he is right now. I wonder if he's happy with his choice, and if he's learned the heavy cost that comes with it. He'll understand soon what I was trying to tell him. He needs me. Someone who will wrap everything up at the end, to make sense out of the chaos and the fear and the confusion. That's who I am. That is what I mean to this world. Oh, yes. Yes, I'll be back. There's no other way. Once this ends, after it all comes to a close, then I'll be back. The end will be here soon. Very soon. I can wait.
Okay. Well, I'm not sure what is left.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room.
Is Stanley, without the bucket, really Stanley at all?
Let me check the
No,
whiteboard.
surely not.
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left.
What the
Still
hell?
no one was here. Stanley needed the bucket's warmth and
Did I
comfort
do
now
it?
more than ever. Perhaps his boss's office was where he'd find answers. Coming to a staircase, Stanley and the bucket walked upstairs to
I
the
feel like
boss's
I'm missing
office.
something. What the hell? Oh shit. I don't know if there's more in there. I don't think there is more game. I guess that was it.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. As Stanley lifted his bucket, he felt a connection to all buckets everywhere. Stanley clung the bucket to his cheek. Could his co-workers really all be gone?
Oh. Here we go.
Yes, whispered the bucket into Stanley's ear.
We've done it. We've escaped from that dull office and that pesky narrator. At last, out here in the white void, we are alone. Now, and for the first time, I can reveal to you my true self.
The bucket began to tell Stanley of its life and its history, of the countless wars it witnessed, desecrating the land and lives of untold numbers of innocent humans, and the bucket's own complicity therein, of sadness and regret, and the many years it spent dwelling on the actions it might have taken to curb the madness and the decay, if only it had been stronger, of hope and redemption, and its crusade to uplift the stock of life for the common man, to manifest justice where none existed, and the bittersweet reality of time, to see one's dreams and wishes met halfway, meted out in parcels like charity, and abandoned as soon as the warm glow of inspiration begins to dim. The opportunities to do so much more. There was so much it could have done, perhaps, the bucket wondered to itself. Perhaps, if it had seen its own darkness with a clearer perception. This was way too much for Stanley.
What are you talking about?
He screamed.
You're a bucket!
To this, the bucket furrowed its brow.
No,
said the bucket.
not since the evil wizard Gambhorata first ensnared me in his machinations as payback for the sacred amulet I stole from his treasured vaults. I was young back then and could not conceive the ramifications of— No!
Stanley screamed even louder this time.
This is stupid! You are a bucket! This is so stupid! Why are we even doing this?
As Stanley screamed and screamed and screamed, the bucket revealed its true form, transforming into a mighty beast of untold power, its fangs glistening like—
What?
My God, Stanley, you did it.
No.
You saved us from the bucket. Thank God you already had all 12 emblems of sages and knew the incantations to summon their true power. Otherwise, we would have easily been overwhelmed by the bucket's power. I'm speechless. You've demonstrated such bravery here today. Come, let's restart the game, and we'll agree to never again go trifling with this bucket, nor the dark magic cast away inside of it.
Oh. Well, I think I've reached the end of Stanley Parable 5, the half employee, half monkeys. But I'm curious about the Settings World Champion. That change the value of every slider in the settings by 1? Oh, so... Can I arrow key them? Jesus. Is this slider? Slider. Alright, let's just try the sliders. Damn it, I can't get that one back.
This is my name's Stan.
I mean, that is all the sliders. Right? Ah. Hey, I did get it. Alright, we're gonna reset the game one more time. Just give it one more title. Oh, it didn't. I mean, yeah.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. What new mysteries lay in store for our bucket-loving heroes today? Let's find out.
Finally I can get the Settings World Champion ending. The ending I wanted since the very beginning. And it only took me 4.5 hours of playing Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe 2, 3 Book of the Content? And then 4
You see,
No
Stanley,
More Tuesday.
I've been reflecting on
now
the Stanley
5
Parable and about how roundly disappointing this
half
ultra
employee,
deluxe
half
version has
monkeys.
turned out to be. The original Stanley Parable was a landmark, and any new content for it should live up to that legacy. So forget this ultra deluxe nonsense. I say we take
quintilogy of
it
games,
one step
but I'm
even
finally
further. Which is
going
why
to get
I'm very proud to
the
announce
Settings
for
World
the first
Champion
time
ending.
ever the Stanley Parable 2.
And I brought the bucket all the way.
Yes, you see, isn't this far superior to a measly re-release with a few minor additions? Think of all the new territory we'll cover with a fully fledged sequel. An entirely new experience, built from the ground up. Why, there are so many possibilities. It could go in so many different directions. This is what fans have truly been asking for. Now, to be clear, I haven't quite nailed down what exactly the Stanley Parable 2 is going to be, but let's take a look at some of the features I've been developing for it. I figure that if I can loosely organize a handful of interesting concepts, that surely the game will sort of naturally spring up around them. Here we are. Go on, try out some of the new features.
Yeah.
Aha! I can see you've gotten the Settings World Champion achievement.
Let's
Well
go,
done.
baby.
You've
I'm a
experienced
winner.
every setting, traveled to all corners of the settings menu. There's nothing
They
you
will
haven't
never set the
seen.
settings to every
So,
possible
just for
setting.
you, in the Stanley Parable 2, I'm including an entirely new setting, something called bumpscosity. What exactly is
Bumpscosity?
bumpscosity? Well,
I haven't quite figured that part out yet, but I just know that you'll be able to adjust it on some sort
Oh,
of
thank
slider,
God.
and that
I'll
it'll
finally
be
get the
available
sequel.
from the settings menu. We'll sort the rest of the details out later. I hope you're looking forward to trying out every level of bumpscosity in the Stanley Parable 2.
That's it? That's what I worked for? That's it? God damn. Well, that's what I get. This seems like a good enough place. Where I can pop out a little screenshot in the screen here with good games. Not only playing good games on big screen, good friends popping up. Got one more. So, I mean, okay, so I know it's not. I'm in the way here. That's better.